Hello, fellow homebrewers. JP here, and I want to introduce to you the brand new Brew-Built X1 Conical Series available at More Beer. More Beer sells the highest standard in homebrewing equipment, and the Brew-Built Conicals are just that. They're made from mirror-polished 304 stainless steel, and they come with loads of features that you and I have been looking for. They have a full 2-inch bottom dump valve, which will eliminate your clogging issues, while the sturdy base includes 4 reinforced legs, just like those big Pro tanks do. More Beer also carries the Brew-Built line of options and add-ons like casters, pressure kits, and even external glycol chillers. So you can find out more about the new Brew-Built X1 Conical Unitanks by going over to morebeer.com for detailed videos on the entire line of Brew-Built Conicals. You can trust Brew-Built with your next fermentation, and you can trust More Beer to find the right conical for you. Brew-Built at morebeer.com.
Today's Sunday session is proudly brought to you by More Beer at www.morebeer.com.
I poured it in my mouth and it just wasn't going down.
My first beer was an IPA, the best IPA I've ever drank. Mostly because I brewed it.
If you have a scale that is good for measuring cocaine, you're probably good for measuring hops on it.
You're scaring me.
I think the information is awesome and the audio sucks.
Make some sugary water, throw some yeast in there.
And you're going to drink good beer.
Yeah, it's going to be good. It's fine.
God damn it, man. Oh, my God. Oh, uh-oh.
Now, live from the Brewing Network studios in Northern California, this is the radio program for home brewers, craft brewers, beer lovers, and beer geeks. It's your only source for live beer radio that brings expert brewers together with, well, expert drinkers. This is the radio program with a head on it. This is The Session.
All right, welcome to the party that is The Session. Back in the studio on a Monday night, just like I like it.
Wicked Monday night party.
Yeah. Nothing like a good Monday night party, you know?
Sounds like a dumb idea, just like having this stupid show on the thing.
Monday night party makes you feel like a kid again.
When you can't get rid of the hangover on Sunday, there's always Monday.
There's an extra day to recover.
Yeah. Speaking of hangovers, how you doing, Tasty? You went away to a good beer fest this weekend.
It is a great beer fest. It's like a camp 2 nights because we go. Well, let me tell you about the format. It's a barbecue and beer and a beer festival in one. So
up at Stumptown Brewery, right?
Stumptown Brewing Company in Guerneville.
I love Guerneville.
It's really nice. It's right on the Russian River.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, like right on it. You know, you can could fall in if you like.
Yep. Used to go to Boy Scout camp up there.
I bet you did. It's known for that.
Well, up the hill from Guerneville.
Oh, yeah.
They don't want those scouts down middle of town.
So it's an overnighter.
Yeah, well, we go Friday because we're cooking. We go Friday night and do like the rub and all that kind of shit. You know, like whatever those guys are doing.
Yeah, that's not what you're doing.
Well, I'm out visiting all the breweries and and carousing and stuff.
Yeah, I never make it to that. I don't know why. I always end up planning something that weekend. It always looks like a good time, though.
It's one of the best festivals in California.
And I love that area, Guerneville, Redwood area out there, right along the Russian River. It's awesome.
Right.
So I went to Russian River on Friday to fill up my growlers.
What time were you there? We were there about noon.
I got there later. I see. Yeah. Because I golfed around out at Bodega Bay first, which was amazing. Beautiful.
Was it foggy? Or?
It was foggy, yeah. Yeah, we were foggy and wearing sweaters, and then, you go 5 minutes inland, and it was 80, 90 degrees. Well, that's the Bay Area for you. So I went to Russian River, though. I got a story. I got a story about my growler filling situation.
Yeah.
Oh.
I was offended.
Oh, my gosh.
Well,
you sound like me when I go to Russian River. It's the second time that a brewcaster's gone to Russian River in a row
and come back offended
and had a horrible experience.
Because I love that. We all go there because we love it and love the beer.
Oh my gosh, tell me about it.
Well, I have a lot more respect for Russian River beer than I do my own beer. All right, obviously.
Well, yeah.
So when I bring a growler to Russian River, I've not only cleaned it, but it's full of sanitizer. Mm-hmm. I have it full with sanitizer. I fill it and I leave it in there. I show up with my 2 full of sanitizer growlers, and the waitress, server, whatever they're called now.
Yeah, I think they're called food delivery women.
She comes over to the table at the end, and my 2 growlers are there. And, of course, she thinks I already filled them at the bar. And I say, I would like a growler Gaffers, which is their English pale ale that was wonderful. Has all of that hop character of an English mild that we were talking about on our cask show, our cask condition show just a couple weeks ago. Oh, the beer had all of that. Wonderful beer. And then a growler of the Happy Hops. Kate the Great really likes the Happy Hops.
It's really good.
Nice beer. Anyhow,
beer.
she looks at them. She's like, oh, they're already full. And I said, oh, that's just sanitizer. And I said, just do me a favor. Tell the bartender to dump it out and don't rinse it. Just dump it. Oh, she says, we're not supposed to bring them to the bartender full of anything.
Oh.
Not even air. You're supposed to create a vacuum in it.
Like this is like a health restriction thing or
well,
ABC or something?
Apparently they have been given an edict that we're there to tell people don't fill it with anything. And she proceeds to explain to me, which I have to sit through. She proceeds to explain to me how to care for my growler. She says, what you do is when you're done, you rinse it with hot water only, and then you leave the cap off of it, and then you bring it to us like that. and so I sit through her explanation and I say, it's fine. This one's fine. It's sanitizer. It's fine. Okay, but I've had the bartender send me back, with these. And
you can't stand up for yourself.
It's fine. This one. So she goes. She says, okay. She reluctantly takes it to the bartender. Apparently, the bartender reiterates to her that they are not supposed to do that. And she comes back and she says, so we swapped out your growlers with new ones. And for the future, you bring them full of nothing. And then she re-explains to me how to care for my growler.
She's like, hey, dumbass. In case you didn't hear it the first time.
And I think that Kate the Great could see that it was one of those snapping moments for me. I was so close.
She intervened.
I opened my mouth to speak, and then I just went, okay. And I stopped. And I left it there because I was going to unload on this poor woman. Now, here's what I think. And this is just a prediction. We'll have to ask Vinny next time he's on the program. But here's what I think happens, right?
Kill somebody, right?
People who don't know bring in their growlers full of like dish soap and stuff. And then they come back and they complain to Vinny and everybody else, oh, my beer tastes like soap, right? So I feel like maybe he made a blanket statement that just said, please tell everybody don't fill them with anything. We'll take care of it. You know what I mean? Because he was probably tired of getting complaints about the beer getting ruined. But here is a person, and she doesn't know me from Adam, but here's a person using words like sanitizer. I haven't filled it with sanitizer. Like, clearly, I know what I'm talking. The average beer person isn't going to come in and say anything like that.
No.
Assuming she knows what the word sanitizer is. Because I've been thinking about this, and assuming she knows the vernacular as well.
Well, but here's what I thought. I thought that she would go to the bartender, use the vernacular that I told her to use, and the bartender would then explain to her, this one's fine. Right. But he didn't. And she ends up telling me, listen, this is what Vinny said, and she's throwing the Vinny thing, and now I can't throw the Vinny thing back. It's not in my blood. I can't go, listen, sweetheart.
Oh, you mean V-Dog?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, man. What's up?
Yeah, listen, honey, I'll call Vinny right now so he can tell you that my growlers are fine, full of sanitizer. But I can't do that because I'm not that douchebag. I can't. So all I have to do. So I open my mouth to yell, and I stop myself because I've been paying for therapy for a long time, and I just said okay.
Your money's worth. Or some of it.
And but anyhow, I left. I left very irritated because I want to bring my growlers sanitized.
Yeah.
Right.
Now I know there's. In fact, I will take the path of least resistance. There is another way to do it. I can sanitize them at home and dump the sanitizer out myself. But then they're going to rinse it. They're going to rinse it with water, and I don't want them to rinse it with water.
So maybe it doesn't matter. Maybe rinsing with their water, it doesn't matter. It's filtered water, probably.
It's magical.
And
Vinny water.
Well, if that's what they do,
Vinny urine, I think.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, if Vinny had set up the structure of filling growlers, if they don't, accept them full of sanitizer,
right?
Then they must not wash them. If that's a bad thing, but if it's not, then it's clearly fine, right?
I don't follow your logic, other than to say that
I've seen them do it. They look in it, and then they fill it.
And then they just fill it.
Look, see if it looks clean inside, like the bottom.
What if it looks wet? Like, because I've just dumped my sanitizer.
So you went in the bathroom and dumped the sanitizer.
I think they're just looking for mold.
Yeah, like there's something like, you just let it sit shitty for a long time.
No.
Yeah,
but you see, don't you think that it must just be that he's made a blanket statement for the dish soap users? It's the dish soap.
Generalize it.
Or bleach or something, whatever else, right?
Exactly, or some other, right. And because then he gets blamed for the off flavor. But there should be an exception. Like when they should tell the servers the blanket statement.
Yeah.
But maybe they could qualify before they say it. They could go, before they give the lecture to somebody again that I had to sit through twice.
Right.
Maybe they could say, "Are you a home brewer, sir?" And if the answer is yes, they quietly take the growler full of sanitizer to the bar and they fill it up.
Well, that's not the way for sure.
All right, I want the audio clip of that.
You know how many contaminated home brews I've had in my life?
Yeah.
A lot.
Anyway, I clearly there's a reason. I just, for some reason, I have nothing else to be irritated about. So that's what I was irritated about on Friday. I had a day of wonderful golf. I was going camping. What am I going to do? I'm going to spend the whole day not complaining about something? I had to complain about something.
Life is just too good.
So
more and more we meet in the middle.
Yeah, right. I mean, listeners who would kill to be at the Russian River Brewery at any given day right now are going, "Really, Justin? So you went in with your Russian River growler and left with it full of beer? And you're bitching about anything in the world?"
I went in there on Sunday and went in and asked how long the wait was for a table.
I was there Sunday, too.
I was told an hour and 15 minutes, and I politely said, "Oh, thank you very much," and turned around and walked the fuck out.
The rest of the country's like, "That's nothing."
Yeah, I would give a shit.
I would wait a week.
No beer is worth standing that long in line for. It's just not.
Right.
I need to take you guys up there with me sometime and let them get to know you.
And I
you wouldn't have to wait any time at all.
No, it should be the same. You should treat every customer the exact same.
You got the regular treatment.
Well, I don't mind the if there's a wait, I'll either wait to eat or I won't wait to eat. That's nothing to complain about. It's a very successful brew pub, and God bless them for it. And by the way, since I'm mentioning it, the beer on tap, Tacey, correct me if I'm wrong, on Friday was incredible. There were 3 or 4 different amazing sour beers. Compunction.
Oh, yeah, that's a great beer.
Oh, yeah.
It's made soured and made with Pluots.
Yeah, that's good.
What a beer.
Was excellent.
The sour brown ale, is that one Sanctification? Or is that one, the sour brown?
Supplication.
Right?
Is that Supplication?
Yeah.
Oh, I had like 2 or 3 of those.
Yeah, it's so good.
And the Tornado 25th, that's excellent.
Yeah, that was on,
both sides of the board were full.
We're full, exactly.
Yeah, because it's got those lighter hoppy beers in there now.
So I didn't complain about that, I'll tell you that right now.
Great.
I just complained about my poor server lecturing me on how to take care of my growler.
I want a description of her later on.
Yes, you could punch her in the butt.
Well, I want to kid her when Vinny finds out about all this, and she finds out all that shit.
I guess, and she, and she goes, "This is what Vinny told us," and that's the one that really put me over.
Here's what the
I don't
policy.
think it's true.
Policy should have been: if somebody brings it with something in it, just tell them next time we'd rather you bring it without something in it.
Well, that is what she did. Or just essentially, it's just that I was arguing. I said it's fine. I said
she lectured you.
This thing that's in it is fine, is what I was trying to explain to her. Because she did basically say that. She said you're supposed to bring, and I said no. I will not. It's my growler, and if I want to bring it to you full of sanitizer, that's what I'm going to do.
That's true, and that's exactly what it should be. And what she should have said is, what is this stuff? It's sanitizer, it's fine, it's used in the brewery all the time. Okay. It's not fucking Dove dish soap, if Dove makes it. I didn't slice a fucking Irish Spring bar in half and shove it in the bottle and shake it up.
But that's why I think it is just like a blanket statement, and they don't have time to ask it. I kind of get it. I do have to know now.
Well, and it's also it's probably the game of telephone where Vinny probably didn't say a blanket statement,
right?
And she was told by the bartender who's probably just sick and tired of people not sanitizing or putting weird like dish soap or not doing anything at all, or whatever. So he just went fuck it. And he's trying to be just an asshole to everybody because everyone thinks that's cool,
right? Right.
You should work at Tornado for that.
Anyway.
Miserable with all the other dicks.
So this is what I have to complain about in my life, Tasty.
Hey, it's important.
Well, at least you've gotten off the small penis.
Yeah.
That's you realize that's just not going to change.
And nothing to complain about there. I don't care.
Yeah.
What am I going to do with a big one anyway? Just get in the way.
I don't know.
All right. Hey, this show and every show that we do here, every Sunday session we do, is brought to you by More Beer. You can go to morebeer.com right now and check it out. They got a new website up.
It's true.
I don't know if you've seen
saw
it,
that.
but a beautiful new website. Go check it out. Very user-friendly. Morebeer.com, bringing you the session for a long time now. Our guest today is Garrett Oliver from, he's the brewmaster, of course, at Brooklyn Brewery. Also a very accomplished author. He's been judging beer at the Great American Beer Festival for 20 years.
Wow.
I mean, that's a long time judging beer.
Wow.
You know?
We should ask him his hangover cure. He has to have one. If you're in the game that long.
Right.
Yeah, come on.
I would never, ever give one of my beers to Garrett Oliver.
I don't think I could.
He's too highly qualified.
Although, he would not react with like the kind of knee-jerk reaction. Like if it was gross, he wouldn't go, ugh, he wouldn't like cringe.
You don't think so?
No, because
I think he'd spit it in my face.
20 years of judging even commercial beer. There's a lot of shitty commercial beer.
Yeah, he's
right?
had some bad stuff. Yeah,
yeah. I'm sure he's had some bad beer.
Yeah,
I'm sure he can cover it up just fine and tell you, and find something good, and then turn around and go quickly throw up.
Yeah, right.
So you might be fine.
Yeah,
face shall be saved.
I threw up today.
Really? Pregnant?
Probably looking at your small penis.
It made me throw up. I was disgusted with myself.
You drank that much?
That's how Kate stays so skinny. She just looks at your wiener and pukes.
I'm babysitting Kate's mom's dog. Her little Yorkie. I'm a small dogist. Racist. I don't like them.
You're a breedist.
I'm a breedist. And I don't like small dogs, and I don't like this small dog. It keeps getting out. I keep patching holes in my terribly falling down backyard fence, and he keeps finding them.
Because the dog's so small. Yeah, a bigger dog wouldn't be an issue.
Well, the dog's also just been eating everything in the world lately. It jumps up on the table while we're gone. It ate $45 worth of charcuterie that my brother had bought last week. And we had gotten the dog came to us looking like a sausage like a month ago, and we had gotten its weight really down, and now it's twice the size that it ever was. It keeps getting into everything. It gets into the cat food, and so the dog is not only escaping right now, but it's having duty problems. Like it's just dutying a lot and difficultly. Like it's constipated sometimes, and so I keep finding duty in the house. Well, today the dog gets out and is apparently running down the middle of the street. I don't know this because I thought it was in the backyard.
Right.
And I get a call from Kate, who's at work, and she says, I just got a phone call. Someone's got the dog. The dog's out. So the dog is running down the middle of the street. This woman, an older woman, pulls over, gets the dog. She's worried about the dog. And the dog duties all down her shirt.
Oh, my God.
The dog just poopy everywhere.
Here, have some charcuterie.
And
it's recycled. What, are you green?
Yeah,
I'm not green yet?
By the time the phone call goes through and I get there and I figure out where they are, like another neighbor, like the woman's shirt is now all wet because another neighbor had helped her clean the poopy off of her.
Oh, my God.
And so, I get to her and she's very nice. The woman's very nice. I was worried about the dog. It's running down the street. And by the way, and at this point I had picked up the dog. And she says, by the way, it kind of dutied all over me when I picked it up, and you might want to give it a bath. So I then go inside and I start to wash this dog. And I discover that there's poopy everywhere. It's in the hair, and it's like halfway out of the butt, and still in the butt, and it's everywhere. And I have to leave, but I can't just leave the dog full of poop for the day. So I cleaned it until I threw up. I'm gagging the whole time because I can't do these things. I've got rubber gloves on, and I'm wearing a mask, and I'm doing everything I can.
And you still vomitous.
And I bumped him everywhere. I'm cleaning, and I'm the whole time I'm gagging. I'm holding it back until finally I threw up everywhere. So now on my bathroom floor, there's duty, and there's my vomit.
That explains why you came into work early.
Oh, there's just a mess everywhere. So
Kate, it's yours.
Basically, I do everything I can. I call Kate the Great. I say, I'm leaving. There's poopy. There might be a little puke. I did what I could. It's your problem.
You should have puked on the dog's beehole. That would have been the best.
I'm like soaking the dog's little butt, and I'm chewing everything to get the duty out.
She's going to have to slice her arms open now and bleed all over it just to make it better, I guess.
Everything.
Add on to it. Why not?
I don't know what she came home to.
What is it about hot water, man, that makes duty smell worse?
Yeah.
Like, even like with... I have chickens. As chicks, they can get clogged. Like the poop can clog in the vent hole, and their feathers or their little.
So you have to clean it.
So if it happens, you have to check all the time. So and it basically looks like if you put your thumb against your forefinger, that's a vent. That's what it looks like. It's real gross. So you have to check it all the time, and then if it gets stuck in there, you have to run it underwater, hold the chicken's butt underwater, and with your thumb and forefinger just rub back and forth until it loosens.
See,
and
I
comes
can't
out.
do that.
They're going to get constipated and explode.
Well, and that's what I was worried about this dog, because I couldn't imagine that it wouldn't just wash off.
Right, but the hot water makes it smell so much worse.
It's terrible.
It volatilizes all that aroma for you.
Let me tell you, in 13 years, I never once had to wipe the biscuit's butt. Well, I didn't have to wipe her butt. It was a dog.
It's a little dog thing.
It's a little hairy butted dog thing, or something.
Well,
I don't know.
Wait till you have a kid.
Well, that's different.
I've had to wipe my nephew's butt once. I
think Nicole's nephew took a dump in our house about a week and a half ago.
Just on the carpet?
Yeah, she was trying to blame the cat.
You're like,
the cat doesn't eat corn.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Like the cat isn't even that big.
The kid's only a year and a half old, so I cut him a break, but that was a little kid's dump, I think.
Yeah.
She stepped in it, though, so,
I can't
only cover for the kid.
It's less that I'm a germaphobe that I am I'm a fluidophobe. I don't like other species or even my own species things on me. I don't like their spit. I certainly don't like their duty.
Yeah, little kids are like. I was at. This is obviously 5 years ago. I was at my babysitter's house one time, and this little. I went to go check on the baby. She's like, "Go check on the baby." And it was covered head to toe in its own fecal matter.
Right.
And was just happy as a pig and shit. Just on the crib, just holding the crib going, just stinky, just all up the back of its diaper. And then it got into it and put it in its hair and rubbed it. It was driven into the mesh screen of the thing.
How do you not throw up all over the place? I don't have the stomach.
I didn't have to clean it. I was 8. I don't care.
I would do nothing but throw up. And I just...
Sounds like you did nothing but throw up.
I did. I threw up all over the place.
It's a good story.
I felt like such a pussy. I was like, man, it's just a little duty. But anyway,
it's a good start to the Garrett Oliver show.
Yeah,
the one guest that we've been asked about for 7 years and have not come through until today.
Right,
duty story.
It's the day that I have a duty barf story.
Yeah, sorry, Garrett.
All right, couple of announcements today. Hop Grenade IPA kits are in the store. Get them while they're fresh. It's a great kit designed by us here. Nathan Smith worked hard on it. Tasty gave him a hand. It's got a lot of great hops in it. And, in fact, they had trouble even sourcing all the hops for us because Nate chose some good ones. And you can get it in the store right now. And it's a 5-gallon extract kit. You can brew something quick. And I don't think you'll be disappointed with the result of that recipe.
There's no way.
Make an IPA BN style.
Yeah.
Drink along with us.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We're thinking of doing a contest. I was talking to Jamel about it today. Buy the kit, and you can only enter this kit. And we might do our first ever homebrew competition here at the BN. Buy a kit, enter to win, and we'll judge, and we're coming up with a big prize to give the winner.
That's a cool idea.
We'll give you some details on that soon.
I was trying to talk him out of telling you that.
I know, he told me that. I think it's a good idea because there's not that many kits anyway. There's only I think there's only 50 of them.
I think
so. So it's not a whole bunch of beer.
Well, there's 49. Let's not exaggerate.
Okay.
I mean, you're being an asshole right now.
Right. So, anyway, more details on that coming up. But buy your kit now in the BN store. There's glassware and other merchandise in the store. T-shirts, new hats are coming in. In fact, I saw they shipped today. All right, shop at Amazon through the Brewing Network. Just click the Amazon link on our homepage. Shop as you normally would, and it helps us out. Same with Micromatic. There's a Micromatic banner. So if you need kegging or tap draft supplies, you can go to Micromatic, and we get a little cut of that too. iPhone and Android apps are out there and working. If they're not working for you, I'm not sure what's wrong because they all seem to be working fine for me. Search BN Mobile in the Android Marketplace and iTunes, and that's how you get it. Subscribe and join the BN Army just by going to the donate page. Any recurring donor is entered into the More Beer monthly donation giveaway. You could watch this live on justin.tv/brewing network. Every time we're live, we got the videos going. And also, by the way, Susie Q is in the chat room today, taking your phone calls and your chat text things.
Oh, Texas is, I think.
Yeah, just hit the chat button on the homepage.
There's also a local, at least local to us, Bay Area competition, the 2012 Homebrew Competition for German Beers, put on by the Mad Zymergist down there in Livermore area, I think. The Oktoberfest in the Diamond, it looks like. September 8th to the 16th is the entry window. Judging takes place on September 29th in Pleasanton, and the winners are announced at the Oktoberfest Festival on October 6th. At 1:50 on the main stage at MacArthur and Fruitvale in Oakland. Again, it's only for German beers. Comp details are $7 per entry. First, second, third place ribbons for each category grouping, and best of show to blessed overall beer.
Oh,
deliver 3 bottles with entry form and labels to one of these locations. Drop off or ship. So if you're out of town and you want to ship your entries or whatever, you can go to ship them to Brewmaster. In San Leandro. Drop off only. You can drop them off to a couple places, but the best place to drop them off to is Hop Tech in Dublin.
Okay.
You can go there, get a nice couple good home brews from the Jade and Roberto. Anyway, for more information, go to madzymergist.org/Oktoberfest.
Beautiful. Get all this info and more over on Twitter and send your show ideas over to Scott the Jew, Scott@thebrewingnetwork.com. Send feedback to feedback@thebrewingnetwork.com, and we'll do feedback a little later in the program because we're running out of time. We got to get to Garrett Oliver. We've also got Stu Stewart back on the show today talking to us about Bamberg beer today. He sent us some Bamberg beer that we're going to get to try. He's going to come on and talk to us about one of his beer tours there to Bamberg. That's later on in the program. But first, before the break, what's our Twitter game, JP?
Oh, our Twitter game. I think this is a good one. I will quote my note. We've all had sex changes. Rank us from ugly to hot.
Good one. I like it.
I think it's pretty good. So we've all had sex changes. We are all now female. Susie Q is now male.
Yep.
I want to know who's hot or not, but I would rank from bottom up.
Okay, so they have to rank. Is it everybody in the studio or like the whole BN staff?
I'd say the whole BN staff. If you want to go, it's only 140 characters, so preferably everyone in the studio, but all the brewcasters and the chat mods, the lovely Susie and lovely Bevo.
Okay, and today in the studio we have, of course, JP, Moscow, Tasty, Nathan, myself. Not sure if Doc's going to show up. He's on a Burning Man deadline this week, so he might be busy building stuff,
welding or
stuff to blow up. Set on fire.
Tanks and missiles, gunfire.
Everything you need at hippie land.
Yeah, are there laws there?
He's probably bringing a weed whacker to trim hippie pubic hair. Oh, now I see it.
Right. All right, like I said, we'll do feedback a little bit later. Let's take a break right now. When we come back, we're going to talk to Garrett Oliver, the brewmaster at Brooklyn Brewery. And I've got a rare beer of Brooklyn Brewery that I had in my cellar that I brought for the show. So we'll bust that out, too. 888-401-BEER if you've got questions, or hit the chat button on the homepage. It's the session. Hang in there.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Since the first time the Brewing Network microphones turned on, More Beer was behind it. More Beer sponsors the programming on the BN because, like you, they love brewing. And like the Brewing Network, they love sharing their knowledge. Morebeer.com isn't just a website to place your next equipment or ingredient order. Morebeer.com also gives you access to free beer information that will make you a better brewer. Go to morebeer.com and click into the Learning Center. You'll find podcasts, technical facts, video tutorials, and more, including access to The Buzz, More Beer's social network of more than 5,000 members. And some of them might even be crazier about beer than you are. Get over to morebeer.com today and take advantage of The Buzz, the forum, the Learning Center, and make sure you're signed up to receive the newest More Beer catalog. More Beer, bringing you absolutely everything for beer making.
Hi, I'm Jamel Zanishev, and in addition to my work on the Brewing Network, I write the Style Profile column in every issue of Brew Your Own magazine.
Hi, I'm Sean Paxton, and when I'm not prepping for the Home Brewed Chef on the Brewing Network, you can find me writing articles on how to cook with your home brew for Brew Your Own magazine.
Greetings, cretins. This is John Palmer, and when I'm not writing for Brew Your Own, I'm reading it.
John Palmer, Sean Paxton, Jamil Zainasheff. If you love listening to them on the Brewing Network, you'll love reading their articles, tips, and recipes in the pages of Brew Your Own magazine. Join Jamil, John, and Sean 8 times a year in Brew Your Own. And when you subscribe to BYO on the Brewing Network website, half of your subscription price goes right back to the BN to support great beer and food programming. So sign up for Brew Your Own magazine through the BN website today so you can listen and read your way to better homebrew.
Nico, listen, our lawyers said that we had to do this for 1 hour, and after this, we don't have to talk to each other for 3 more months to the next meeting.
Kids, come on, let's get out of here.
I'm supposed to have more lines. I'm the professional. Hey, it's Sully.
And I'm Nico.
And we opened the 21st Amendment 9 years ago at 563 2nd Street in San Francisco, just 2 blocks from Giants Park, to make great beer and have a great time doing it.
That's right, because to us, the 21st Amendment is more than just the right to make beer. It's the right to experiment, to be innovative, and just do things differently. And so now, we're putting our craft beer in cans.
That's right, cans. You can find our world-famous Hell or High Watermelon Wheat Beer and Brew Free or Die IPA throughout California and Alaska.
And now it's also available on draft at select accounts in the Bay Area.
So next time you're at your local neighborhood pub or good beer store, be sure to ask for 21st Amendment in cans.
Because everyone likes it in the can.
Tasty crack cans.
Tasty crack
can. Williams Brewing is your online resource for prompt delivery of quality home brewing supplies. Since 1979, Williams Brewing has offered the finest equipment and freshest ingredients and the best customer service in the business. Cut hours off your brewing sessions by using one of our 11 varieties of famous Williams malt extract. Our Williams Belgian Pale Extract is mashed with pure Belgian 2-row malt and a small percentage of Belgian wheat malt for an authentic Belgian character you just can't get from other extracts. Or check out our unique fermenters, 2.5-gallon kegs, paintball tank-based draft beer equipment, bottling aids, and much more. We even have our own line of precision hydrometers. Go to WilliamsBrewing.com to browse our vast selection. That's WilliamsBrewing.com. Orders placed by 3:30 p.m. Pacific Time ship the same day. Brewing is easy. The Williams way.
Are you a member of the American Homebrewers Association? Well, you should be. Members of the AHA can focus on brewing beer, and the AHA takes care of the rest. The American Homebrewers Association advocates on behalf of homebrewers like you to legalize the hobby in all 50 states and make sure that beer laws make sense. Plus, there are many great benefits that come with your AHA membership, like pub discounts that give you awesome deals at bars, restaurants, breweries, and more. Zymergy Magazine and eZymergy for tons of articles, how-tos, easy-to-follow recipes, and news about the hobby you love. And access to the members-only content on homebrewersassociation.org. But the AHA can't do it without your support. Join today so the American Homebrewers Association can keep fighting for your home brewing rights. Visit homebrewersassociation.org or join right now from the homepage of the Brewing Network website. Relax. Don't worry. It's the American Homebrewers Association.
Session. Brewing up our next batch of Radio Gold. Right now.
All right, welcome back to the program. Thanks for sticking with us through the break. Thanks to all our sponsors for supporting the show. With us on the program right now, we should have Garrett Oliver, who's the brewmaster at Brooklyn Brewery. Garrett, you with us?
I am with you. I'm fascinated by these ads. I've never heard anything like it.
I think we're the only ones doing it, actually. So is it kind of nice to hear beer ads on a weird little radio station?
It is. It's like so different than back in the day. I'm like, I'm listening to these things like, ooh, they have 2.5-gallon fermenters. You know, like those sound cool. I could use some of those.
Right.
We can give you a good deal on 10,000 of them.
Yeah, that's right. Now, Garrett, if I'm not mistaken, you went to school for broadcasting, didn't you?
That was what I originally intended to do. I thought I was going to direct. You know, so my degree is in broadcasting and film.
Got it. How did you make the transition from that? Which, by the way, I think you probably made the right move. We're all very poor in this studio. But how did you make the transition?
As you may have heard from some other people, brewing does not exactly give you a major boost in income.
Yeah, I guess you're right. You sort of made a lateral decision is what you did.
Exactly.
How did you transition from that into beer, though?
Well, it wasn't a direct transition. I mean, I moved to England after working for HBO over the summer after I graduated. I moved to England in 1983 and went to stage manage a place called University of London Union. We put on a lot of great bands. I had an 800-person concert hall.
Wow.
And I had run all the entertainment for Boston University, so we put on a lot of great bands. We had R.E.M., we had the Ramones, we had, we had so many great people. The Beat. But and then I moved to London and was continuing to do my stage managing gig. And fell in love with beer kind of on the side.
Okay.
And so when I got back to the United States, I was still in love with beer, but beer was not here.
Right.
And that was the thing that I didn't know anything about when I got back. So I actually had no intention of being even a home brewer. My best friend got me a home brewing kit for Christmas because he got tired of hearing me complain about how you couldn't get any decent beer in the United States.
Right.
So basically he gave me a kit and said, stop complaining, here, make your own.
You had to put your beer where your mouth is.
Exactly. So I did.
Okay. Got it.
It seems to have worked out.
How long did you spend as a home brewer before turning professional?
4.5 years. I guess it would have been 1984 that I got the kit. So 4.5, 5 years.
Okay.
And I helped found a group still going called the New York City Home Brewers Guild.
Oh, sure.
I go talk to those guys every year, and at least do one meeting with them.
Wonderful.
And still a big group, over 100 members. And that was really early in the day, especially for the East Coast.
Sure. Such a common theme that we get from folks who have been in the craft beer world for as long as you have, Garrett, that the passion really started by traveling and then coming back here to a beer wasteland. And so many of us now, certainly there's a generation of kids now who will have no idea that you couldn't just go to the supermarket and buy craft beer on the shelf.
Yeah, well, you talk to the same people, and often it's trying to explain the 1970s supermarket where there weren't really any fresh vegetables, and there was only really one kind of bread, and there were 3 kinds of cheese. And if I were to show you a picture, of what a supermarket actually looked like in 1975, you really, really would not believe it. It bears no resemblance to what people walk into today, but it was a gradual change, so most people didn't notice. And what happened in American food parallels exactly what happened in American beer. People use the fact that the airlines were deregulated. Suddenly, the price of airline tickets dropped from being something that only rich people could afford to being more of a middle-class thing. People started going to Europe, and they got back, and they said, wait a minute, where's ours?
Yeah.
And it happened to cheese, and it happened to bread, it happened to food, and beer was very much part of the same phenomenon.
Got it. I love it. The democratization of beer and food.
Yeah.
Just making it accessible to all of us. I do remember, and it's not even just a thing of the past. Some of us, myself included, I was raised in the middle of the desert, and I'm pretty sure we just had one kind of cheese and one kind of beer and all that.
It was processed American.
Yeah.
Right?
And that's just how I was raised. It was my family. And so then I moved to the Bay Area, to San Francisco. Yeah. My eyes opened a little bit. Then I traveled a little bit to Europe, and I came back, and all of a sudden Wonder Bread just didn't cut it anymore.
No. Wonder Bread and government cheese doesn't
it wasn't doing it for me anymore.
I'm looking at it on Google Images, like a supermarket from 1975. And I knew it was true when Garrett said it just now.
Yeah.
But there's it's unrecognizable. I'm going to send you a side-by-side right now.
Let's open our eyes with it. Yeah.
I have to go do that one myself, because I'm doing it from memory, but I actually haven't looked it up to see what it looked like.
Yeah, it's unbelievable.
Check it out. You might surprise yourself, Garrett.
No, but I literally didn't see a broccoli plant until I was in my 20s. That's like
right.
That's pretty sad, but it's actually not a joke.
Yeah.
Basically vegetables came in frozen blocks. cooked for half an hour until gray.
Right.
And so, when I went to Paris the first time and I had a fresh baguette and I walked into a cheese shop and it actually smelled like cheese, and basically just bowled me right over. I mean, a cheese shop. I mean, even the idea of a cheese shop. What the hell is a cheese shop?
Right.
There was no cheese shop.
Yeah. Like, how much shelf space do you need for two kinds of cheese?
City, maybe there were one or two. I'm not even sure that Murray's was going.
Right.
Back then. There really was a vacuum.
Okay. Now, have you always been in New York City? I mean, aside from your time in Europe, have you in the States always been in New York City?
I am born and bred New York. I am born and bred New Yorker.
Okay, got it. I'm a little bit surprised to hear about a city like New York being as bland as you make it sound.
Yeah, we all. I mean, at least out here, I don't know how it is for the rest of the country, but I think on the West Coast, we always hear as New York as the cultural kind of hotbed for everything, and they have everything you want
all the time.
Yeah, all the time, and
Well, we had probably the best restaurants in the United States, certainly. We had a lot of other things culturally, and this pains me greatly as a fairly chauvinistic New Yorker. But the fact of the matter is that the revolution in eating and drinking in the United States came out of California. And it grew out of connoisseurship of both food and of wine.
Okay.
UC Davis certainly had a lot to do with it. The California wine industry had a lot to do with it. People's connoisseurship in a place where you could grow wonderful vegetables basically year-round, and people having this wonderful bounty of stuff to cook with, but not doing great stuff with it yet. Led to people like Alice Waters coming back from Paris and saying, wait a minute, where's ours?
Yeah.
The same thing happening, obviously, in the 70s in the wine industry. So really, I would say that what happened in American craft beer, in many ways, grew out of the connoisseurship for wine coming out of California in the 70s.
Interesting. And you now are known as an advocate as beer, and of course you'd be preaching to the choir here, but for beer to be on the level, on par with the great wines in the world.
Well, I mean, absolutely, and as far as I'm concerned, in many ways beyond. And I say that, as a wine geek, and many of my friends are wine importers. They run wine shops and they're sommeliers, and I get a chance to drink a lot of really wonderful stuff. And I love wine, but it doesn't have nearly the depth and breadth that beer does. And that's not really a criticism of it. It's just a observable fact.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. And the reason for it's pretty simple. I mean, wine has essentially one ingredient. Wine's made from grapes.
Right.
And there are different kinds of grapes, and they have different flavors. I'm actually familiar with a great many of them. But beer can be made from almost anything. It starts with a few basic ingredients, but you can't go adding, I guess you could, but nobody does, adding chocolate to wine and ginger to wine and coriander to wine. So actually, brewing is a lot more like cooking than it is like winemaking.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The brewing mind is a cooking mind. It is not a winemaking mind.
Well, I think if you went to add those things to wine, that would be blasphemous almost. I mean,
I think, interestingly, if you wanted to get into it historically, it wouldn't be blasphemous. It would be normal. Much wine from much of history was spiced.
Right. Okay. Yeah.
And it wasn't very good. It's only really in the last few hundred years, that especially outside of France, you've gotten far away from that spiced wine tradition. And certainly the French were the ones who really helped codify, what modern winemaking is about, and then leading to, what happens out in places like UC Davis with ultra-modern winemaking, which has its good things and certainly its depredations as well.
Do you think that wine used to be spiced to cover up poor fermentation and crops and things like that? Was it a cover-up?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, there were many things that were done to avoid spoilage. I mean, port, for example, is basically, like many fortified wines, an invention, in that case of the British, to get Portuguese wine to England without it spoiling.
I see.
Many things were done to cover up things, to avoid spoilage, etc.
Got it.
And so we really have a background there of that. But what's interesting is that in the United States, of course, wine really never took off until the 70s, 80s, kind of 90s is when wine really became something in the United States. And before then, wine was actually looked down upon by most people. It was connected with immigrants, particularly Italian immigrants. And if you recall, the old term for an alcoholic was wino.
Yeah, yeah.
It wasn't connected to beer, and it wasn't connected to to liquor. Wine was not something that was looked up to.
Interesting.
No, but it was in every household. My great grandfather in Greece, there was the winemaker would come by and check on everyone's wine, and he would dip the raisins into the wine and get the sugar level back up and all this kind of. It was like that's
in
just
Greece, though.
That's what you did.
Yeah.
It's like a house call by a doctor. That's awesome.
Yeah,
it's awesome.
It's pretty neat. But nowadays, I think if you're making beer at home or even wine for that matter, but probably more beer, it's a shocking brand new thing. Like it's this new resurgence, but no one knows it was done hundreds of years ago anyway.
Right.
Well, my grandfather made beer, and I didn't even know that until after he had died. But he made beer during Prohibition, and many people did, not because they wanted to make it, but out of necessity during Prohibition or wishes to have some kind of beer.
Mm-hmm.
But of course, beer started off in most societies as part of women's work. It was making the bread, making the cheese, making the beer. It was just part of what you did to run a household. And what's interesting to me right now is that, most of us as craft brewers from the 80s and early 90s started off making beer because we wanted to have some beer, not because we were interested in making it. These days, almost everybody who goes into home brewing is making the beer because they're fascinated to make the beer,
right,
or because they have a particular creative thing that they would like to do. It's not because they can't get any, because in almost every place, great beer is available essentially almost everywhere.
Sure. And thank goodness for that.
We're so lucky.
Yeah, indeed.
Now, the growth of craft beer, sometimes I have to remind myself when I have these conversations with guys like you, Garrett, we surround ourselves with beer geeks and homebrewers and craft professionals like yourselves. So sometimes I'm surprised that there's still a conversation about beer being elevated like wine is.
Right.
But you still do kind of fight that battle sometimes. I see you quoted in more mainstream newspapers where the conversation is still being had. It's still a new statement when Garrett Oliver goes, is quoted in the New York Times as saying beer is better for pairing with food than wine.
Controversial.
Super controversial.
Yeah, and it's it is a little bit sad, that we have come an awfully long way, and I always have to remind myself, not to get too down about it because we're far beyond where we were, certainly.
Yeah.
But here, I was talking to some people, some food professionals, who ran a lot of big chains and things like that. And one thing I said to them, which I think is certainly true, and it's an interesting thing to think about, if you go into your average restaurant in the United States and you're talking about the wine, the servers will probably know the wine better than, say, 95% of the customers. They've been trained at least enough to know what this is. Or maybe there'll be, if it's a better restaurant, there'll be a sommelier, and he's going to know the wines better than 99% of the customers. Craft beer is the only food or beverage in which it is completely normal for the customer to know more than the house.
Wow, you're right.
In fact, they usually do. And it is the only one. You cannot name a single other food or drink product for which this is true.
Wow.
That is a disaster. It's a disaster for the food and drink industry. It's a disaster for the customer because everyone is being ill-served by the fact that your average restaurant knows nothing about a beverage, which in many cases, even in better restaurants, may be 5 to 10%, of their income.
Right. Yeah. And it's difficult even for customers like me, for the customers that that do know more about the beer. Without a microphone in my face and a room to hide behind, I'm a little timid. And in the restaurant, I'm uncomfortable either arguing with the server or trying to explain to him that he brought me not the right beer, or he didn't serve the beer properly, or please don't pour me the bottom of that beer with the yeast and everything else. Garrett, should we be more vocal as consumers?
I would say absolutely, and there's no need to be to be mean to anybody or whatever else. But you can tell somebody beforehand as nicely as possible. Okay, this is the way I want this poured, or I would like to have this kind of glass. And my dad always said, when you go to a restaurant, never feel embarrassed to ask for what you want. It's your money. Mm-hmm. You're paying for this experience, and if you walk out without the experience that you wanted, well, whose fault is that?
Yeah, absolutely.
if you didn't ask for it,
right.
If someone brought you your steak and it was you asked for it rare and it was cooked all the way through, hopefully you would say something.
Yeah, I say that to my girlfriend all the time. If you don't I asked for nothing, but I'll just scrape it off and whatever. Well, if that's not what you want.
Yeah,
you got the wrong thing, and you're not sending it back. I don't want to hear it.
And if you ordered something and you just don't like it, that's different.
Right,
right. When people go and check out a wine and they sniff it and whatever else, what you're supposed to be looking for is whether or not the wine is corked, meaning it's gone bad. Not whether or not this was, your favorite type of wine. You chose that wine. You don't like it. That's kind of your problem if it's tasting the way it's supposed to. But for everything else in a restaurant, if it's massively oversalted, it's not cooked the right way, you should be reasonable. But there's no reason for you to put up with somebody pouring you a perfectly nice beer in a little frozen jam jar.
Right. Yeah. That was the perfect visual, by the way.
Yeah.
Now, let me ask... Don't tell me you haven't seen it.
Oh, yeah.
Where you can see the sanitizer as frozen halfway. You can see the trail, the iceberg of the sanitizer down the... Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
Those are the best.
Well, now, how about this, Garrett? Because and we've talked about this topic on the show before, so I can picture that you might even have more difficulty than us. What about the craft beer bars? They're there, they're promoting craft beer, they're serving craft beer, but they haven't learned to take care of their beer lines yet, for example. And here you are, you go into a craft beer bar and you order a Brooklyn Lager, and that is nowhere near the beer that you made in the brewery, Garrett. What do you do about that?
Well, you try to, you obviously try to be polite. Things do happen.
Yeah.
But thankfully, most beer bars, from what I'm seeing, are actually having their lines cleaned frequently. We're seeing less and less. I mean, in the old days, going back to the 90s, you used to often see things much worse than that. People serving beer with air. I mean, literally pushing the beer with air.
Right.
As opposed to CO2.
Mm-hmm. Yikes.
And then after air, you saw a G-mix, which is a mixture of nitrogen and CO2, which would preserve the beer for a while, but often cause it to go flat. And then finally, you're seeing people with relatively sophisticated draft systems who are taking care of them. If the beer is not tasting right and people aren't taking care of it, and you really know that's the case, I think it's up to the brewery and up to the customer to say something. I mean, you can tell when people aren't taking care of their lines.
Yeah.
And, I have walked into places that have been open for the better part of a year, and, you kind of say to them gently, well, when was the last time you cleaned your lines? And they say, cleaned the lines? And you're like, oh, no.
Yeah, this is going to be bad.
That happened to me the other day.
Yeah.
Well, actually, not to me, but a friend of mine. There's a bar, and it's just like they don't know because they rely on the distributors,
right?
Which is a detriment to craft beer in general. It's like you're serving the beer. Do you rely on someone else to clean the plates and the forks?
Well,
you wouldn't do that.
In New York City, that would be illegal. You're not allowed as a distributor or a brewery to clean, because that stuff doesn't belong to you.
Right.
And you basically, as a distributor, you're offering a service of value that the smaller guy can't offer, and that is, obviously a restraint of trade. It's the way that, big brewers do in little brewers.
Yeah.
Is to offer perks.
Yeah.
So, my feeling always has been that if you run a restaurant or you run a bar, you run your restaurant or bar. You take care of your business. You clean your plates. You make sure your silverware is clean. You make sure your glassware is clean. You make sure your lines are clean.
Right.
And you take care, of your own place. I think that, the good thing is that we're seeing a tipping point right now where there are a lot of bars and restaurants who may not feel like they're interested in craft beer, but they have come to realize they can't ignore this thing anymore, that they're leaving money on the table, and they have decided they need to up their game.
Right.
Both by getting a better list, but also by starting to hire people who have a familiarity with craft beer, or, better yet, starting to teach them. And that's what, the Cicerone program, has started to do so successfully.
Yeah.
And I have to say, I've been quite amazed by the success of that program. And, I'm not proud to say, but at first when I heard about it and Ray told me about it, I said, well, it's, that's a cute idea.
Right, yeah.
And it would be really nice if people had this kind of beer knowledge, but, I thought the idea of a beer sommelier sounded silly, and I still think that the idea of a beer sommelier is silly. That a sommelier in a restaurant, should know wine and beer and cocktails and sake, and there should be no necessity for a separate person.
Oh, yeah.
But what I didn't realize, I suppose, is how much of a hunger there was commercially for people to have this knowledge, because, there really was nowhere to learn it.
Right.
True.
And if people didn't come in the door with this knowledge already, well, how were they supposed to get it? And it simply hadn't really occurred to me before.
Now Cicerone is a wonderful sponsor of ours now. They have been for a year or two.
Yeah.
But I'm with you, Garrett. When I first heard the idea, I thought the world wasn't ready for it yet. I thought, Ray, I love it. I think you're a genius. I'm not sure enough people are going to pay you for that. And I could not have been more wrong, and I think it's wonderful, because most of this, at least as far as I can tell, most of the Cicerone being done is restaurants coming in and saying, I need one of these. I got to have a guy who knows, or a girl who knows what they're doing.
And it's trying to get ahead of the consumer. Like I said, anything, any food, any drink where the consumer who's coming in the door knows more than you, that is a really bad place to be. Yeah. You simply can't run a proper business and stay in that position, where you are at a disadvantage in front of your customer.
It's so funny.
I remember one time going to a steak restaurant. I can't remember what town it was in. And I was unfamiliar with this cut of steak that was in front of me. And I said, well, what part of the cow is it from and what's the texture? And, he said he didn't know. So I left. He's like, where are you going? I'm like, it's a steakhouse. It's a steakhouse.
Right.
All you do is steak. It says steakhouse right outside, and you can't tell me what part of the cow this steak comes from and what kind of texture it has. Well, you can't tell me. What can you tell me?
Right. Right.
How much it costs?
Yeah, that's perfectly acceptable in craft beer, like you're saying, Garrett. Well, it shouldn't be acceptable, but it's the standard, is what it is.
Yeah, you don't expect the server to know.
Yeah.
I think it's becoming less acceptable, and I think also that servers are glad to have this knowledge, because who wants to walk out there on the floor and be confronted by somebody who clearly loves the craft beer and has some expertise in it, and watch them run rings around you when this is your job?
Right.
That has to be humiliating. Who wants? I wouldn't want to be in that situation.
Steak people or anything. Like, why would you want to say, I don't know, when someone asks you? Wouldn't you rather have the answer?
Because you're a poor employee.
I don't know, bro.
Because you're a horrible employee.
Right.
What's interesting is that, among things, that people are interested in when it comes to food and drink, craft beer drinkers are probably the most passionate. And so if you have servers who actually know their way around a bit and can talk to this person. The thing that a lot of restaurants are coming to realize is that you have a whole new rapport with that customer. And when you go into a place and somebody actually knows something about beer, a conversation starts up that's beyond like, hi, my name is Cindy and I'll be your server tonight. When she says that, she loves Ralph beer and she likes this one, that one, she particularly thinks it's good with that's a whole new conversation. Now you're paying attention to her in a way that you weren't before. You have respect for her. Her tip just went up.
Yep.
I mean, don't even act like it hasn't gone up. It's gone up instantly.
Right.
It's gone up.
And everything's better for everybody.
The customer leaves with knowledge, and that's added value. That's you get more for your money when you leave with knowledge.
Yeah,
I've waited for servers.
That is what produces, for the restaurant, the holy grail, which is a happier customer and a higher check average.
Right. And a regular.
And a regular. That's what you want.
Sure.
Well, I've waited for servers who know about beer. I've waited.
They're working the next day.
Yeah,
I'll wait.
Well, not like I'm waiting outside at 11:30 waiting for them to open, but like
Right.
stalking them home. But if the table in their section's about to clear up, I'll wait for it
for that person
because the other person doesn't know whatever they're talking about.
Yeah.
Nicole.
Well, what's interesting.
Yeah.
Is in wine, it's the exact opposite. It is the sommelier who is waiting for the customer who knows about wine.
Oh, right.
Of which there are relatively few. There are people who think they know about wine, and they're going to come in, they're going to say, oh, I want, and then, name the top, 15 trophy wines of some particular period. So, you got any Screaming Eagle, you got this, you got that, and it's the same 20 names over and over again. And then somebody comes in and looks at the list and says, that's interesting, and I don't even know how you can offer that for that price. What else do you have?
Right. Yeah.
And that's when suddenly the sommelier wakes up and starts to have a conversation they otherwise don't have an opportunity to have. And it's exactly the opposite in craft beer most of the time. We're getting there.
Yeah. It's my fear that one day that's what craft beer ends like. Every dope thinks they know everything about craft beer.
Do you guys have any Cantillon?
And then we're just a bunch of tubby know-it-alls going into restaurants telling everybody about beer.
I've done it when I was starting out to be a homebrewer. I thought I knew everything and everything there was to know about beer in the entire universe. And I went to a brew pub and had the audacity to claim that they misspelled Tettning. I'm sorry, that actually should be Tettinger. Oh, okay, all right, great. And then it actually, I wake up with night terrors still. I'm so embarrassed.
People often ask, well, are we getting to the point where beer is too precious, et cetera, et cetera? And I have to say that we are so far from that. That is my greatest wish that should actually one day become a worry.
Right.
In the meantime, every major newspaper has a wine where none of them has almost none of them has a beer column. We have an extreme disparity, in press coverage. And, we're not even close.
Yeah, absolutely. Hey, Garrett, I got to take a quick break. Take care of some sponsors, if you can hang in there for a second. Also, your phone kind of keeps changing volumes. I'm not sure if someone's picking up another line.
And then hitting a speed dial.
Either. I was hoping that you weren't hearing this breakup.
Nah, we're getting the breakup. So let me do this. Let me take a quick break, take care of some sponsors, and we'll continue. I want to talk about Brooklyn beer when we get back.
Very good.
All right. It's The Session. We're talking to Garrett Oliver from Brooklyn Brewery. I've got a local number 2 Brooklyn beer in front of us that we can try and talk to Garrett about. Plus, I want to talk about the Oxford Beer Companion. All that and more with Garrett from the Brooklyn Brewery when we come back. Hang in there. It's The Session.
Listening to the Brewcasters. On the Brewing Network.
Have you ever dreamed of taking taking a beer tour through Belgium or Germany, but weren't sure how to even start? Or were afraid of missing the best places and events? Or maybe you just wish you had a local insider to take you around? Well, there's only one American tour company featured in the Good Beer Guide to Belgium. Belgian Beer Me, your personal beer tour guide of Belgium and Germany, is ready to go at BelgianBeerMe.com and at BambergBeerMe.com. Founder Stu Stewart personally leads 8 tours a year to Belgium and Germany, visiting the finest breweries, beer cafes, abbeys, and festivals, stocking stuffers, birthday presents, and the best honeymoon ever. Couples or individuals love Belgian Beer Me beer tours. Your life is now. Sign up for a beer tour today at Belgian Beer Me or BambergBeerMe.com, because all that beer is not going to drink itself. Like both Belgian Beer Me and Bamberg Beer Me on Facebook to follow current and upcoming tours.
7 short minutes off California State Route 101. There lies a secret oasis for all craft beer lovers.
It's Relax, Grillin' and Chillin', bro!
Relax, Grillin' and Chillin' in Hollister, California is a craft beer lover's dream come true.
Not like a creepy JP dream. Like a normal craft beer lover's dream.
30 taps pouring your favorite craft beer. Visit Relax, Grillin' and Chillin' on Facebook to see the most up-to-date beers and what's on the grill.
Let us grill so you can chill.
Angus burgers, filet mignon and ribeye steaks, dogs and sandwiches, and more. Great food, great beer in a place where you can kick back and relax. Tuesdays are brewery nights. Come in to celebrate, and you're not limited to enjoying your favorite brew at the restaurant. Relax, Grillin' and Chillin' has beer to go. Relax, Grillin' and Chillin'. Let them grill so you can chill.
In a world where everything has been lost,
What happened to the city? It's in ruins.
only one man has the ancient knowledge to restore civilization.
I need a drink. Oh no, the liquor store's been ransacked.
You looking for beer, stranger? Boy, all the liquor got drunk up in the first 25 minutes of the apocalypse.
Wait, there's still some bottles over... Oh, no. Those are non-alcoholic beer.
I reckon you better stick to arrowroot tea and a desperate nomadic existence like the rest of us.
People, I'm a home brewer. I know how to make alcohol. It can't be done. Come with me if you want the beer. Okay, I'm gonna need some big plastic buckets.
He is the chosen one. The prophecies say that he's gonna get us wasted.
Someone start heating water. And
From the creators of Northern Brewer, the people who brought you $7.99 Brew Saver shipping, massive selection, and superior customer service comes the Home Brewer.
Hey, my brewing brothers and sisters. This is Jamel Zainasheff, and I want to tell you about Heretic Evil Twin. You might be familiar with my homebrew recipe, which uses massive late hopping to create a balance between the malty sweet and the hoppy bitter, along with an outrageous malt and hop character. I wanted a beer with the same bold hop and malt character, so we played around with the homebrew recipe until we were able to make a great commercial version too. We've created a beer rich in malt character, full of caramel, toast, biscuit, and an ever so subtle roast note. On top of that, we piled in an insane amount of Citra and Columbus hops at the end of the boil, as well as in dry hopping. This damn-the-cost approach to hopping gives Heretic's Evil Twin a great blast of citrus and tropical fruit that can't be matched by any other hop. The result is a bold, malty, hoppy, but easy-drinking beer. This is our top seller, our flagship beer, and I couldn't be prouder of it. Cheers.
To find Heretic beers near you, click on Find Some at hereticbrewing.com.
What's funny is brewers will say, yeah, I don't brew to style. I'm brewing my own beer. And it's like a German Pilsner, but it's black. Yeah, it's a sports beer. You know?
The home of live beer radio. TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The Session.
get into the session.
Because life's too short to listen to crappy radio.
All right, welcome back to the program, and thanks for sticking with us. We're talking to Garrett Oliver from Brooklyn Brewery. He's on the line with us, and I've got a local 2 that I just opened up for us, Garrett. And
well, I hope you've got it at a nice temperature.
It is. I took it out of the fridge about a half hour ago to let it warm up a little bit.
Awesome.
I don't know how I got the beer, to be honest. A lot of times listeners will send us beer from their region, so we might have gotten it that way. However I got it, I know I've had it for a little while, and apparently I've taken pretty good care of it. And I will point this out. I took off the cage. The cork came popping right out. I think you owe me a ceiling tile, Garrett.
Yeah, well, I always tell people, think of it just like champagne. Do not point it at anybody that you like.
Yeah.
You know, when you open it up, it is lively.
It is.
However, I think that you'll find that hopefully there was no gushing or anything along those lines.
Nothing, and that's what I wanted to say. So it came popping out, and the first thing I did was grab a glass, right? Because my reaction is the next thing that's going to happen. It did not gush a single bit. It just has a nice amount of CO2 in there to keep it fresh.
Poured beautifully.
Yeah, it really poured great.
I always hate those situations where you're sitting there and you're tugging, you're trying to get the cork out.
Oh yeah.
I mean, it's a thin line between the cork coming out pretty easily and having to tug on it. So then we've got it just right there at the edge. So I always tell people when you take the cage off, just keep a quick eye on it. Get your hand on that cork fast.
If I had known, I'd have pointed it right at JP here, but I didn't know.
That's all right. I'm a quick dodge.
So tell us about this beer, Garrett.
Local 2 was the second beer that we ever did of the group of beers that we do that are completely bottle conditioned. We brought it out in, 2009.
Okay.
And it is broadly within the Belgian strong dark Abbey style. It does have some twists on it. So we use a good amount of raw wildflower honey, which you can very much catch in the aroma.
Mm-hmm.
And we also use a little bit of sweet orange peel. And these are really background notes. And I think that what really distinguishes Local 2 is that it's a subtle beer with a lot of complexity. One thing that is quite intentional about it is that it is not a beer that jumps out of the glass and does a little dance for you. It is not perfumey. It has a lot going on, but it requires a little bit that you slow down and pay a little bit of attention to it.
Yeah.
I think that it does not, taste like its strength of 9%. You wouldn't really see that coming necessarily.
No, in a blindside.
It is super dry, as most of our beers of this sort are, but it has a very nice fruitiness to it.
Mm-hmm.
And it's inspired by the way I remember some of the Trappist beers tasting, in the 1980s, and that not necessarily all of them really taste that way anymore. And certainly some of the more recent ones like Ockel Extra Brune still has, a really nice, well-developed character. So, we want to do something that was complex, but not silly. And I'm sure you'll know what I mean when you talk about a beer where you'll pour it and you smell it, you're like, wow, that's amazing. And then you're like, that's incredible. What an aroma. And then you get halfway down the glass and you're kind of like, I'd like to have a margarita now.
Right.
That's less sweet than this.
What's really nice about Local 2 is that it has that complexity and it's really big, but because of its dryness, because of its restraint, it's also really, really drinkable.
Garrett, can we do a new show here on the Brewing Network where you describe every beer in the world? That was amazing. It was a perfect description. I love how you started with what it's not, because those are the things that you could really pick up on in this beer. It's what I really like about it is what it's not when it comes to a Belgian beer. And I have nothing to add to that wonderful description, Garrett.
Well,
you should write a book,
I think that
Garrett.
it's important, because when you go into something, it's not like I think one thing that's good about having been around for a while is it does teach you a certain level of humility. I mean, you kind of realize, okay, there's a lot of really, really nice beer out there.
Yeah.
What are the things I would like to do? What are the things that I want to avoid doing? And what I want to avoid doing is doing those beers that are so florid that you get halfway down the glass and they've already tired you out, and you're kind of like, okay, this has started to turn really weird on me and I'm not interested anymore. You want a beer that keeps grabbing you and grabbing you and grabbing you, not only through the glass, but, possibly even through an evening. It should have that ability in any case. And so, when I put a beer together, I have an idea in my head of not just what do I want it to taste like, but, what do I want it to do? What do I want it to be able to do?
Yeah.
And, even when we make a 9% beer, we want you to be able to stick with it if you'd like to.
Yeah.
And we think that this is a beer with great complexity where you can stick with it.
So
because it is so dry, and if this is the way that Belgian beers were in the 80s, I want to go back to the 80s.
Well, because it's not dry without sweet flavor, without sweet complexity. It's not dry, but missing the things that you get out of malt.
It finishes very dry. There's still a lot of maltiness to it.
Yeah.
And,
it seems like...
And I think that, and because there's a lot of malt there, but I think that... and there's one thing I've really learned from wine is that there is a difference between sweetness as something that you perceive and actual residual sugar.
Yeah.
So, for example, there's a grape called Gewürztraminer, which is very, very fruity tasting, and whenever you taste it, it always tastes sweet. Even when it's made in Alsace and it's made totally dry, there's no residual sugar, it always tastes sweet because it's just so damn fruity.
I see.
And so esters that are developed in fermentation taste sweet. Alcohol tastes sweet on the palate. And so with various honey, the aroma of honey sets off a thing in your mind that says sweetness. So you can have a perception of sweetness without actual sugar. And that's really what we're doing there.
Nathan, did you have a comment about this beer?
It's this great evolving complexity, like Garrett is describing to us all these wonderful things, and yet it seems like a very simple malt bill.
Yeah.
It seems like a very simple ingredients. Those get out of the way, and we get nice ethanol and mouthfeel like that. Does this beer have a very complicated malt bill, Garrett, or is it fairly simple?
It's not a very complicated malt bill. I mean, it's mostly Pilsner malt. We have honey. We use a very large amount of Belgian dark candy sugar syrup, and through that yeast strain, that expresses itself on the palate and in the aroma as a raisin-like character. So somewhere between raisins, but also the kind of burnt surface of a creme brulee, or if you're old enough to remember the smell, it smells like Cracker Jacks.
Oh yeah,
so it has that. It's that high temperature burnt sugar kind of character. So dark fruit, and then the esters coming from a relatively high temperature fermentation, with a Belgian yeast strain, but still a lower temperature than we use for some of our other beers. A re-fermentation in the bottle with a champagne yeast, which is brings on its own restraint. And one thing that's relatively, I won't say unique among American brewers, but certainly not that usual, is that it is 100% bottle conditioned. And what I mean by that is that it goes into the bottle flat.
Okay.
Most beers that say they're bottle conditioned, whether from the United States or Belgium, go into the bottle with fairly full carbonation and then have a minor re-fermentation in the bottle that boosts that carbonation up. I think that full bottle re-fermentation actually gives you something else. It gives you something extra.
Are you having to prime the bottles again, or is there enough sugar in there for the champagne to do it?
Oh no, we are priming. We finish, our original fermentation finishes all the way out, and then we are adding priming sugar.
Okay. And for
in fact, the original beer is filtered first to remove the original yeast, and then we add the secondary yeast, which is always a different yeast for the re-fermentation, so that we always have the same amount of yeast essentially in the bottle, and we know what kind of condition it's going to be in.
So if you is that the point of the filtration? If you didn't try to filter out the first one, you'd have more inconsistency?
Yes, exactly.
I see.
There's no way that you can, if you don't either filter or centrifuge or something, you can't send into the bottle on a regular basis the same level of yeast. So you would get local to this time, and it would have this much yeast in it, and you go to it next time, and it would have twice as much yeast in it. And some people would say, well, why does that matter? Well, it matters a lot for the shelf life, and it matters a lot for the way the beer is going to age, et cetera. So, one part of our philosophy is that, we may be doing something that is really old school and really artisanal, but that craft does not mean inconsistency.
Right.
Inconsistency means that you can't brew.
Right. It means that you're. It means that you're.
I hate to put it that way, but it's the same thing as being a chef. If the chef is intending to put out the same dish every night and it tastes different every night, the guy can't cook.
Right. You see, Tasty, I told you you'd like Garrett.
No, I know. Predictability is, yeah. You got to if you can't reproduce it, you're not an artisan. You're just
right.
You can be a cook, but you're not a chef.
Right.
There's a very big difference between being a cook and being a chef.
Yes.
Now, for our homebrew listeners, if I can return to fermentation temperature for a minute, because I think that's a very important part in this beer in particular, because you've held down the esters, and made it. I can taste Belgian yeast. I can taste that it was done that way, but it's not over the top and perfumey and all that. So, could you give us a temperature range or any other techniques that help you keep it that way?
Well, there's a few things. There's keeping the temperature down, in this case, to the low 70s.
Okay.
Whereas some of our other beers, when we have in the past we used to make a beer called Saison de Brooklyn, and we won 3 gold medals, I think, at Great American Beer Festival, and 1 at World Beer Cup. It was one of our most award-winning beers. So we fermented it at like 86, 87 degrees.
Wow.
Some of our other Belgian-style beers are fermented, in the mid to upper 70s. This is low 70s, so you're getting lower esters from that.
Okay.
You also have to make sure, of course, that your pitching rate is consistent, because low pitching rates will give you high esters.
I see.
So you have to be, pitching at a rate which is appropriate for the gravity that you have going on.
So not over pitching.
And knowing how much yeast is going into your beer in the first place, again, to give you that level of consistency.
Okay. So you don't mean that you over pitch yeast to keep it down. You just make sure that it's not going to stress.
Yeah. Okay. The idea of over pitching really, of course, depends on what you want. We don't want to pitch so much yeast that we're basically just sort of throwing it in there for no particularly good reason.
Mm-hmm.
We want a level of pitching which is going to give us the flavor profile that we want. Not obviously take up too much of the ferment in yeast reproduction, et cetera.
Okay.
And give us the ester profile that that we're looking for. So it's certainly among the things that we pay close attention to.
All right. And then you mentioned raw honey in this beer, which I think is a great choice, but that can be difficult to work with. Where do you add that in the process of this beer?
We add it late in the boil.
Okay.
So the last 15 minutes or so, we have found that some of the aromatics in honey actually are volatiles and will boil off over time. We made a braggot about 1.5 years ago, which was about 30%. Wildflower honey, and we learned a lot, about honey during that period.
Okay.
And we want the honey to be just basically a background note, something you can pick up if you're looking for it. What they would refer to in wine as a complexing agent. Something that gives you a little bit of something extra in the background, but is not in any way overwhelming.
I see. No, it's a good choice. And I think again, when Garrett describes it that way, I wouldn't have described it to you, JP. I would have sounded like an idiot trying to,
Right. You would have sounded normal
talking about bee puke. But when Garrett describes it to me that way, it's exactly what it is. It comes up from behind a little bit. It adds a little complexity, and I end up saying, "What a great choice for this beer," because it fits it.
Well, it shows you how your language and the choice of wording and how you phrase your sentences either dumps down your audience or elevates them a little bit. And
which is why we need Garrett on the Brewing Network.
Why we need Garrett, because this is how you learn, and it's the best way to learn. If someone tells you exactly what this is how it is, and with a language that you can understand, it's very vivid language. It's very visual,
right?
It's a no-brainer.
I'm glad that you say that, because it's funny. People, and you were asking earlier, how do you make a transition from being, say, a filmmaker to being a brewer? And in my own mind, they are almost exactly the same kind of mindset. Basically, you have half art and half science. So if you go and you see a movie and the car chases are perfect and the actors' teeth are perfect and the color is perfect and the explosions are perfect and everything looks perfect and the sound is perfect, and you walk out of there and that's 2 hours of your life you'll never get back. There's no character development. You didn't care about anybody. You saw the trailer, you thought it was going to be good, and you walked out to, saying to yourself, well, why did I go see that?
Garrett.
That's a Jerry Bruckheimer movie.
I was going to say, he's describing Drive.
And it's also what American mass market beer tastes like.
Yeah.
I was going to say, you've seen Hunger Games,
it's all science and no soul.
Yeah.
On the other hand, if you've ever gone to a film festival and see student films, what you'll often see is tremendous heart, great writing, people acting, their hearts out, et cetera, but then you're wondering, like, where's that light coming from, and the kind of bad sound that sounds like it was done in somebody's bathroom, et cetera.
Yeah.
Not necessarily enough technical ability to put your vision onto the screen. And so what it actually takes is to have something to say, but also the technical ability to say it. And people often mistake these two things, because I heard somebody one time talking about, or I was on a website and somebody was talking about saying that the big brewers, don't know how to brew. And of course that's ridiculous.
Right.
Of course they know how to brew. In fact, they're better at hitting their targets than anybody else in the world. That's like saying, Kenny G doesn't know how to play the saxophone. It's like, well, Kenny G does know how to play the saxophone, but that's the problem.
Right.
Because when Kenny G plays the saxophone, blood runs out of your ears. Because Kenny G has no soul.
Yeah.
And so
he puts it all through the saxophone. He can't have it anymore. He gives it to everybody.
It's not a matter of technical ability.
Yeah.
It's a matter of whether or not you have something in your heart to say.
Right. You make an excellent point about beer, and I think I'm glad that you're a spokesman for beer in this way for us, Garrett, with your writing and speaking, because, you're very well spoken, and I think you're right. Coming from the background that you do and using imagery, as JP was mentioning, to describe the beer is very helpful, not only to beer geeks like us, but to new beer lovers, So.
Well, it is about communication, and I think that you see the same thing, in the world of food. Chefs who are able to actually interact with the people, who are eating their food, and tell them, like, where they're coming from, do have something of an advantage. People are actually interested in where their food comes from. They're interested in, in why something turns out this way. And if you're able to actually tell them, that's not only something that they're going to enjoy, but it's certainly something that I've enjoyed for a great many years. So I've probably done about almost 1,000 beer tastings over the years, in 14 or 15 countries, and every one of them's different.
Right. Yeah. Now, speaking of communication, I just want to make sure that we talk about it, if only briefly. You recently put out the Oxford Companion to Beer. And the last time I saw you, Garrett, last year at the Great American Beer Festival, we helped you moderate a panel for beer scholarship. And you're an advocate that there should be more research and scholarship and more work done in academia for beer. And I think the Oxford Companion to Beer is a piece of that, is one of your contributions to that. Can you tell us about the book and the background a little bit?
Well, I think the Oxford Companion to Beer is, a great, starting point. It certainly, we're so far behind where wine is when it comes to that sort of semi-academic or partly academic pursuit, where you have, say, the fermentation department of UC Davis, and all the big cooking schools kind of teaching everybody, about the background of wine, the history of wine, etc. None of this stuff is taught, in cooking schools anywhere at all.
Right.
And so we start off there, at a disadvantage. And the reason why I ended up doing the Oxford Companion to Beer was because they asked me, and I said no. And then I kind of came to realize that, our time, and I mean my time and my colleagues' time, say from the 1980s till now, in the history of beer, was essentially missing. I mean, despite the great works of people like Michael Jackson, there was a lot of stuff that we might do on a day-to-day basis, which is essentially not even written down anywhere. And so if you go into any of the technical books that are available to the craft brewer, whether it be older books like Briggs and Huff that cost $500 a set, or whatever else, you'll go in there and you want to read about dry hopping, and there are 3 sentences.
Yeah.
It's like, sometimes people throw a handful of hops into the cask. It's like, well, wait a minute, where's the rest of it? It's like, well, there is no rest of it. It's like, you go look around. I know that Mitch Steele's IPA book is about to come out.
Yeah.
And I imagine that that's going to make a major contribution in that direction. But, I mean, until the Oxford Companion to Beer, if you wanted to read about how dry hopping is done in a professional brewery, there was nothing. Absolutely nothing. Zero.
Yeah.
You would like to know what difference does it make if I dry hop at 60 degrees or at 40 degrees. You would like to know what the difference is in flavor profile between late hopping and dry hopping.
Right.
You would like to know something about rates. You would like to know what the techniques are for getting the hops in there and getting them back out again. Absolutely nothing.
You're right.
Despite the fact that we have 2,000 breweries in the United States, and probably of those 2,000 breweries, say 1,700 of them are practicing dry hopping. So how could there be nothing written down?
Right. The research is being done.
That's the reality of, whether it's bottle conditioning, it's barrel aging until recently, it's so many things. Our time in beer and the things that we do actually inside the walls of breweries, as opposed to, the beers themselves that come out of the breweries. What we do inside the walls of breweries is stuff that is not written down.
Right.
And besides that, there also just wasn't a single place where anybody could go. You have all these people who are looking for beer knowledge, and Michael's books are wonderful and still very relevant, but, they are from the 90s and aren't really highly technical. And there really wasn't a book to have everything, to some extent in one place.
Yeah.
And wine's had that for a long time, so it was time.
Yep. It would be a shame if all this information was lost because it's not being delivered, and it's certainly not being standardized by people writing it down. It sounds like, we get a lot of emails from listeners wanting to get into the beer world, and a lot of them are in college. A lot of them are in university, going down a completely different career path. Some of them research paths, lab assistants, things like that. Sounds like a great internship opportunity for some of these people who are in those fields anyway in university that could be at a brewery helping to document some of this testing that's going on.
I wonder. Well, we've got we've got some of those guys. We've got postdoctoral students and people like that that work with us on wild yeast capture and all sorts of things.
Great.
But there's one thing I will say is that, and I hope this doesn't go away, is that American craft brewing is such a powerful force in the world, wherever you go, in its creativity and its breadth. I think partially because the average craft brewer in the United States had another life before they became a craft brewer. They were, I was a doctor, I was a lawyer, I was a filmmaker, I drove a bus, whatever it was you did.
Yeah.
You had another life first, and then this life took over.
Right.
And sent you in a different direction. And I think that's really different than coming out of school when you're 18, 19, and you look and you're in Germany and you say, well, what looks like a decent career? And brewing, you're saying, well, I'll get an engineering degree and a concentration in brewing, and you come out with Diplom Bräumaster, but not necessarily any particular passion about beer. It's just, this was another thing you could do.
Right. Yeah.
And that's what differentiates us. And I'm hopeful that beer in the United States still continues to be something where people come to it, by and large, a little bit later. Maybe they fell in love with it when they were in college, but they go into something else and they have other intentions, and then beer kind of takes them over and pushes them in the direction that they really ought to go in.
Sure.
As our beer
they show up
culture,
as richer people.
right? Our American beer culture is much more passion involved in it.
Yeah, they really want to do it. They're not like somebody's forcing them into it as
For
a career.
low
choice.
wages, and you gotta want it.
Right. Keep the wages low. That's what'll keep us hungry.
You find that definitely has an effect. People are shocked, but it's like a lot of things. I mean, I think my income went down by about 75%. When I went into brewing.
Yeah.
And certainly, I think it's something that people don't always appreciate, that, when you see somebody out there and they've made a beer that's really interesting, creative, and whatever else, people often don't see the fact that, this is somebody's house payments and their kids' college fund and everything else. I mean, they may have put everything on the line, to bring you this thing. And to not take, a safer path all the time.
Right.
And so when I see something that's really beautiful and creative, I kind of see it with those eyes that, those eyes that say, hey, somebody really took a big chance here. I mean, it's a thing of risk.
Right.
Yeah. Back to the subject of education for a second. I wonder if at some point there's going to be too much detailed information on a otherwise very creative seat of the pants thing as brewing. I mean, every brewmaster puts their mark on a recipe.
Yeah.
They add what they want to do, but if there's not a lot of information about a subject, isn't that the artisanal component, I guess, of beer? Is that these people are creating this out of nothing. They don't have a lot to go on. And I wonder at some point, is everyone just going to use the same exact method of dry hopping to yield the same flavors as their favorite beer? And would that maybe possibly water down the level of creativity? It was just a
what do you think,
random thought. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, I actually don't think so, because, I think that we're still in very early days, for a lot of this stuff. I mean, if someone's telling you, okay, this is, I think, the best way to saute onions, you can obviously go check out a number of different ways to do it, but, there is a way that's going to produce a particular result in a particular, period of time. And so, there are some basic techniques to cooking, and there may be, say, in dry hopping, for example, there are going to be a certain number of variables. I mean, you have the same variables of time, surface area, basically, and temperature, and these are going to be, the main things that are going to determine, what sort of interplay you're going to have between your hops and a liquid.
Right.
So there are always going to be, I think, any number of ways of making that happen. But I think that getting these things at least written down so that someone can say, okay, I've just read about 6 different ways of dry hopping, then you look at your own system and what it is that you want, which may be different than what somebody else wants. And you're going to end up with your own way of doing things. I mean, even what hops smell and taste like are really regional in taste. I mean, I can tell you right now, and anybody who grows hops will tell you this, West Coast brewers have a tendency to like hops that contain a character which is often referred to as an allium character, which is onion, garlic, and weed.
Yeah.
Basically, West Coast brewers tend to like that character. East Coast brewers tend to hate it.
Right.
They don't like the dankness.
Now, so when you are a hop grower, and you say, okay, leaving your hops longer on the vine produces more weed-like characters.
Yes.
And leaving and drying your hops at a higher temperature creates that. And if it is the West Coast brewers who are talking to that hop producer more than the East Coast brewers, they will tend to process their hops in that fashion. This is what people are asking for. The East Coast brewer then goes and says these hops are nasty,
right?
And the guy says, well, the guys out here love them. So you find that there are not only individual differences in taste, but regional differences in taste that are automatically going to give you differences in beer. The hop grower can't even decide how is he or she going to process these hops because not everybody even wants the same thing out of them.
Sure. Becomes very difficult. Absolutely.
So more and more you're going to see people picking and drying and stuff like that to the taste of particular customers, because this is what they're looking for. The same way as a restaurant might go to a farm and say, I like my potatoes, picked a little bit earlier, or I like them picked later, or I like, my lettuce this way, etc., and getting what it is they're looking for. So I think that, people's difference in taste is always going to provide differences in what we all do.
Excellent point.
I like the fact that Garrett's bringing this up, though, because not just hops, but other raw ingredients in brewing. I think craft brewing is reaching a point now where the producers can go back to the growers and they have enough of a voice to say, I want you to process something maybe a little bit different than you used to because we're looking for different characteristics. I think in the mid-'70s or early '80s when craft brewing was just starting, there wasn't even enough of an awareness that there was different methods to do that or not enough of a voice to be able to go to the producers and get that sort of thing.
So you got what you got.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Have you seen that sort of thing evolve over time, Garrett?
Yeah, it is evolving, but I mean, as we get larger, say at Brooklyn Brewery, we're able then to talk directly to growers and say, this is what we would like to see in this particular hop variety, and somebody else will be wanting something else out of the hop variety, and to the extent of their ability, they can try to cater to what we're looking for, and that's an evolution, on the part of the grower, but it's also an evolution on our part where we're getting closer and closer to our ingredients.
Right.
I have a follow-up question for Garrett about a particular hop you use in one of your beers, Sriracha Ace. It's probably one of the beers where you're driven by a single hop varietal in particular.
The only one.
The only one. Got it. So is there a particular farm you like to use for that hop, or just some thoughts on this beer in general? It's a huge favorite of mine whenever I can find it. It's not on the West Coast, unfortunately.
Well, it's Virgil Gamache Farms.
Okay.
So we have a close relationship with
the Amarillo grower, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, with those guys.
That's a lucky guess,
and
Nick.
I mean that was basically the only time I ever smelled a hop, and it spoke to me so directly that I could have written that recipe like on the back of a napkin in 30 seconds.
Wow.
I knew exactly what I wanted to do with it instantly, and that doesn't happen every day. And so, that was a great kind of, muse, if you like, to be able to follow and to say we're taking that all away.
Got it. By the way, one of our listeners in the chat room has a bottle of your Sriracha Ace, just got it today, and was a big fan of it.
It's really good.
Says that he's not really too experienced in farmhouse ales or the Sriracha Ace hop, and said that he didn't notice a distinct hop character But also saying that he thought maybe farmhouse ales aren't supposed to be hop forward anyway.
Well, I think that it is a pretty hop forward beer, but the Sriracha Ace hop is so weird.
Okay.
That some people may not recognize the overall hop character, which I think is reminiscent, particularly of lemongrass, lemon verbena, and dill.
Yeah.
It's really this herbal, herbal and lemon peel kind of character, which doesn't really smell very much like any other hop. The structure of the beer is certainly kind of straight up saison, so it's super dry. It's pretty hoppy. If you are familiar with, say, Saison DuPont, you would recognize the overall, structure, if you like, of that beer, from its dryness to its hoppiness. Its lightness on the palate and high carbonation, etc. But it doesn't taste like that, that beer. Again, it's another beer where we're keeping the yeast character in check a little bit, so that the hop character can step further forward, and not have the beer really be taken over by fermentation characteristics.
Garrett, is Sriracha Ace fermented with the same yeast that we were tasting in Local 2, or is it a different strain?
It is the same yeast.
Same one, okay. Cool.
Yeah.
Got it. Yeah, I came back from a tour from the Pacific Northwest last summer, just raving about Sriracha Ace. A few brewers had made pale ales with it. And I was also a big fan. It
really interesting hop.
I never dug it. I could never get on board.
It could be love or hate.
I can never do it.
My brother's a photographer, and he got so obsessed with this beer living out in Boston that he would get like a bottle of it and then have a photography session with it as his subject on different lights on the bottle.
Give me love.
I forwarded it to your guys' email right now, a whole series of pictures of the Sriracha Ace that my brother took.
Nice. Well, there you go.
Well, I can't take. Milton Glazer's our designer, so I can't take any any credit for the beauty of the bottle. Though it is certainly one of my favorite of his label designs.
Nice.
And so I think it's really cool. I mean, one of the nice things about that beer is, obviously, as brewers generally do, we want to make beers that taste like our beers and are unique, to themselves. I think that we've always been, pioneers in various areas, when it comes to brewing. And I like the fact that if you go taste Brooklyn Sriracha Ace, I can say right now, at least so far in my experience, I have never had a beer that really tastes like it at all.
Milton Glaser, you mean like the Milton?
Milton Glaser, yeah. He designed the original Brooklyn Brewery logo, and he designs all of our stuff.
Wow, the same guy who did the I Heart NY.
Oh yeah.
Yep, I Love New York. Yep.
Beautiful.
Same guy.
Wow. Awesome.
One of the best.
Awesome.
One of the best plays on that famous logo I've ever seen was in Amsterdam, and it was a shirt that said, "Go heart your own damn city."
That's pretty good.
Yeah,
I like it.
Also designed by Mr. Glaser.
Right.
Fortunately, despite obviously having his stuff infringed on by everyone on Earth,
right.
Milton seems to have a very good sense of humor about that.
Good.
I think you have to, or else it's going to drive you nuts.
Well, exactly.
Yeah.
Well, I know it's getting late for you there, Garrett. I just have a couple questions from our listeners in the chat room, if I can pass those on quickly.
All right.
Some of them are back from our previous conversation here. One of them in the chat room asks, we were talking about the cleaning lines, and he wonders, is there a standard frequency for cleaning your lines, beer lines?
There is not a standard frequency, but we like to see at least every 2 weeks.
Okay.
As a minimum. And especially if you're running beers that have yeast in them, etc., once a week is even better. But I certainly, less frequently than every 2 weeks, I think you're starting to ask for trouble.
Okay. Let's see. Here's another one. Does Brooklyn ship to Iowa? He says the Midwest, but specifically Iowa.
Not yet.
Okay.
We are, we're a strange brewery in that we are in, 20, 25, 26 states in the United States, largely in the East, but, we're as far out as Minnesota and Indiana, West Texas, etc. but we have not gone, fully west. But we're in 17 countries.
Wow.
And, so strangely, the largest single market for Brooklyn Brewery outside of New York City itself is Sweden.
Wow, that's interesting.
That's cool.
Yeah, very cool.
So we have a lot of projects overseas. We have another line of beers called Ama that is a joint venture between us and the Amarcord Brewery in Italy. So many new things coming down the pike. But as we get out there, with some of the things that we're doing, taking some of our various experience-based things on the road, whether it's the food experiments where we basically sponsor a series of cooking contests, or we have a thing right now called Brooklyn Sweden where we have basically a Brooklyn-based music festival going on in Stockholm at the end of the month, which is going to be crazy. There's a lot of stuff that we're getting a chance to do, and we look at other parts of the country, and we've always moved fairly conservatively. Kind of a little bit at a time. About a year and a half ago, we went into Minnesota, which has been tremendous for us. So we are not in Iowa yet, but stay tuned.
Okay. I got a caller on the line with some questions. You want to take a call, Garrett?
Okay.
All right. We got Scary Dude from the chat room down the line. Always with the
Scary Dude, you're on with Garrett Oliver.
Yeah, what's happening, man?
Hey, what's going on, guys?
What do you got for Garrett?
Actually, first of all, I wanted to compliment him on the tasting room because it is fantastic. It's a super cost-effective place to get a beer in New York City.
Cost-effective.
It's like
$9 a pint.
You got to think about that in New York City.
I suppose. I've never
no,
heard
it
it put
is.
that way.
It's like what, 4 or 5 tokens for like $20.
Wow.
Yeah, we keep things as reasonable as possible.
Love it.
It's listen, when you're paying like $6.50 for a Bud Light, $4
Right.
or $5 for a Brooklyn is fantastic.
Absolutely.
I'm glad you enjoy it. It's a little bit zoo-like there on Friday nights, but everybody has a good time.
Good.
Yeah, no, I was there for the pre-judging of the Brooklyn Homebrew Alley on Friday. That place was jam-packed. Like, I'm trying to get my buddies to go there, but I was like, well, we got to get there early because that place really fills out.
Good.
Oh, it does. Yeah, there's a line down the block every time for sure.
Absolutely.
Got any questions, Scary?
Kind of. You had the clone recipe for Brooklyn Local 2, which you guys all got to enjoy. And was it Zymergy or BYO?
I think it was in BYO, yeah.
Yeah, thank you so much. That thing was so delicious.
It is. Did you brew it?
Yes, I did. I have a couple. I have like 2 bottles left of the batch that I brewed, plus a local number 2. They're being improperly stored. I'm sorry.
I'm wearing it on my head as a hat.
In your belly.
Right.
That short-term storage.
No.
How do you feel like it turned out?
And my upstairs no, I mean the beer was great, but I haven't compared them side by side. They've been improperly stored in my 90-degree apartment, unfortunately.
And feel free to lie about that, Scary.
Yeah,
like when you got Garrett right here.
I've just sent Garrett your address.
They've been at cellar temperatures for the last 3 months, sir.
Right.
Well, so we call it the traditional storage, like they would have had before air conditioning. So
right,
we'll try to look at it that way.
Yeah,
he's just retro. He's a hipster.
Garrett's a positive guy.
He is a positive guy. I like it.
Well, his beer's got bottle conditioning. He's got confidence that it may recover.
Ah, that's true. It's a good point.
No, I mean they're going to be. They haven't exploded yet, so it's all right.
And I feel very confident that they won't. We haven't had any of those yet.
You got to love the simple things in life.
Yeah.
Well, if my beer doesn't explode, it's good.
But you don't brew the same kind of beer I do. I get explosions all the time.
Well, you're a home brewer.
All right, Scary. Anything else? We got to let Garrett go here, buddy.
No, all right. Hey, get to bed, man. It's like 11 o'clock. Go to sleep. Forget these guys.
All right. Thanks, man.
Oh, my favorite part was
there you go.
Scary Dude. Do you have anything for Garrett Oliver? And I instantly wanted him to say, "Yeah, a painting I made with fecal matter." Like that's just
something scary.
Yeah, with blood.
Thank you so much, but Garrett will not be accepting those today.
Suddenly, Garrett became his own publicist.
Right.
Yeah.
I think you need to.
A layer of protection
But
here.
if you would like to make a donation to a favorite charity of his.
There you go. All right, a couple more quick ones here from the chat room. Are all the tap Brooklyn beers brewed in Brooklyn? Somebody asks.
All the tap as in draft?
I think he means on draft, yeah.
No. They are, we brew in upstate New York at Utica, and we brew, in Brooklyn.
Okay.
And we also brew draft beer. For example, we brew draft IPA for the Italian market in Italy.
Oh, nice.
At Amercord. So if you get Brooklyn Lager, for example, Brooklyn Lager, we're being all the Brooklyn Lager upstate. That's the best place for us to do it. However, if you get the bottles are upstate, but then the draft is down in Brooklyn. So, in Brooklyn, we're making a pretty long list of things. I mean, Pennant, Brown Ale, IPA, Blast, Vice Beer, all the Brewmasters Reserve beers, the latest of which is Fiat Lux.
I had a question from that.
Cool little video about Fiat Lux on our website, so you can go check it out.
Okay.
That's the latest of the Brewmasters Reserve beers. All the cask stuff. Black Ops, Sriracha's, Local 1, Local 2. All of that is happening in Brooklyn, and the brewery in Brooklyn is about 6 times the size that it was 18 months ago.
Oh, yeah, you guys just went through a huge expansion, right?
Yeah, no, it's been huge. So we took over another 18,000 square feet, and we have another 8 200-barrel tanks coming in shortly. And so that facility will at that point be pushing up close to 100,000 barrels in Brooklyn.
Wonderful.
When I was in there in March 2011, Thomas with Brewer was showing me around at the place where they were going to start beginning to do some of that expansion. It was just huge empty space.
Wow.
It was pretty cool.
Yep, not empty anymore.
That's awesome. Right. I'm reading in my notes that part of that expansion is a big barrel program.
That is a big part of it, we so far we've had Black Ops and a few other small beers as our barrel program, but it's something that we're getting into a lot more deeply. We're going to start laying down some stuff that'll come out next year. In the meantime, we have a pretty broad variety of beers under a program we call the Ghost Bottle Series, which is stuff that we make, probably 15, 16 different beers that we bring to events and things, but that we don't sell.
Okay.
So, rather than make people wait online or trade on eBay or whatever else, we'd rather pour it for you for free, but you have to show up and have a conversation in order to have any.
Oh, that sounds terrible.
Yeah, JP's out.
Yeah, I'm done.
Well, some people think that it is terrible, but
That's
we
wonderful.
like it better that way.
Okay. Someone just wrote in, as you were speaking about the Black Ops, just quickly, what kind of barrel do you age that in?
Woodford Reserve.
Okay.
Reserve, nice.
Yeah.
That's a bourbon?
Yeah.
Nice, yeah.
Yeah, okay. And
official bourbon of the Kentucky Derby.
And someone else wrote in, what size is the brew house there in Brooklyn? How many barrels are there?
It is a 50-barrel brew house. Right now, we are running at an average of 4 times a day.
Okay.
By the end of the year, it'll be running an average of 6 to 8 times a day.
Wow. Wow. Well, congratulations on the expansion, Garrett. That's good to hear.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much. Things are going like a rocket. Can't complain.
Yeah. And just one last note from the chat. I guess it was more than one person just sending in their condolences for the brewery cat, Monster.
Yeah, Monster was a brilliant cat, and he had a very excellent run, and we certainly miss him, and I know that his many fans miss him as well.
Yeah.
And I always just tell everybody, well, I'm sad for us. I'm not sad for Monster. Monster had about as good a life as a cat gets to have.
Right.
So I'm happy for Monster. Monster won.
He did win.
But, eventually, in the fullness of time, we'll try to find another guy that can fill those big paws.
It sounds silly for people who've never been there, but the cat was really like the head of PR right at the door when you walk through. He's like super
Monster
charismatic.
ruled. That was his room.
Awesome.
That is cool. I like that. All right, Garrett, I'll let you go. I know it's late there on the East Coast. I wanted to thank you very much for your time. It's really been a lot of fun to talk to you.
You're very welcome, and thanks very much for your interest. And come out and visit us next time you're in town.
I will do that, and I wanted to mention, extend the same invite to you. If you come out to the Bay Area where our studios are, we'd love to have you sit down with us right in the studio.
And if not, just send your beer out here, would you please?
Right.
Sounds good.
Thanks, Garrett.
All right,
Take care.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Cheers.
All right,
All right, cheers. Good night.
With 24 states, but not California for the Brooklyn beer, man. What's up with that?
Yeah.
You knew
those mountains are in the way.
We'd suck it all down if you sent it down.
I've seen it in California, though.
Occasionally.
I
I think it's like
Where?
special
Yeah, I've seen it.
stuff. Yeah,
Called
but
like 10 places.
yeah, not. I don't think it's a regular deal.
Right.
Through the fullness of time. Wow. And he just drops it. I mean, that's everyday vernacular. I got to imagine.
I mean,
for a man like that.
If I could get Garrett to, and I'd make it easy on him.
Yeah.
Just sit down and describe every beer in the world.
Right.
He could take his time. I'm not going to have him do it in an afternoon.
No, why would you?
It would be one of the best resources on the planet for beer geeks. He has a great way of describing beer.
I want him to do our Adam and Eve read.
I should have asked him.
I don't want him to go higher. I want him to kind of go lower,
right?
But bring a certain three-piece suit class,
right?
To the
Adam
lower
and Eve.
things in life.
You can tell he's been judging beer for 20 years. Though, if you spent 20 years sitting at that table discussing beer with your colleagues, you better have something good to say.
Yeah,
right?
he knows all the terms of beer, all the descriptors.
Absolutely.
Yeah,
I bet Nicole would just find it such a breath of fresh air to sit in the room with a guy like
she'd
Garrett.
be like, Nate's boring. This
and
sucks.
all of us, she's sick of us and our stupid limited vocabulary.
Well, you can't help but walk away from an interview like that or from a conversation like that without a little bit more polished vocabulary.
Right. That's true.
And I think that, obviously, I think it's obvious that's what he wants to bring to beer.
Yeah.
Speaking of
the
vocabulary,
way he speaks about beer and this way he speaks about wine and how to elevate it. It doesn't just end with paying $20 for a bomber or a 750. It continues on with how you speak about it and the words that you use and the phrases that you put together to describe whatever's going on.
And I think it adds an extra exclamation point to my conversation about duty for the whole first 20 minutes of the show.
Absolutely.
I think I helped Garrett
That set the stage.
sound even smarter.
Yeah. Well, you're a big damo.
Speaking of terms, the Oxford Companion, if you read the entry for Simcoe, there's Matt Bertelsen wrote that entry, and the whole book is great. I'm glad that came up on the show. I think Garrett did a good job with it. But if you read the entry for Simcoe, Matt Bertelsen uses the term dank. And that's the first time I've seen it written in a scholarly way. So when people, homebrewers or pro brewers, nobody uses that term. No, you can't use that term.
Actually, now that it's in an Oxford companion to something,
the next step is Dankalicious.
Dankalicious.
Written by none other than Matt Bertelsen, Mr. Union Jack himself. So there you go.
Right. Yeah,
that legitimized it in my books.
I love it. Well, you can go to Brooklyn Brewery anytime, find their beer. I've had quite a bit of Brooklyn beer in my career as a craft beer drinker, and I've never been disappointed. Their lagers are very clean and nice. Their specialty beers, like we tasted here in the Brooklyn 2, are well done. They really, and even as they expand, man, they get the small batches right.
Where did it all come from?
What do you mean?
The beer you've had a lot of Brooklyn. Where are you getting?
Well, I'm from back east, so just spent a lot of time back there. The first time I had it, of course, I was living in California because I've been here for so long. But I had gone back to New York, even when the beer scene wasn't all that great, and had Brooklyn beer. Went to the brewery, drank it there. That was like in 06 or something, 07. But it's just great, and I found it in other states that I've traveled to, and like I said, I found it here. It's just good beer. So
and the brewery's well worth a visit. Like they were saying about it getting packed on a Friday, it's completely nuts. It's fun.
In a fun way.
Yep.
Brooklyn's a good place to be, too. So, all right, let's take a quick break. When we come back, Stu Stewart. Thanks to Garrett Oliver from Brooklyn Brewery for being on the program with us.
Yeah.
We'll be talking about Bamberg beer here in just a minute. Hang in there. It's The Session.
You're listening to the Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
What does craft beer mean to you? Is it a delicious way to support your town's local brewer? Or perhaps it's the perfect beverage to pair with those delicious meals at your favorite restaurant and at home. Regardless of whether you're thinking of pints or pairings, pilsners or porters, craftbeer.com is the site where craft beer lovers come together to learn and share. Craftbeer.com is brought to you by the Brewers Association and celebrates the best of American craft beer and its brewers. Craftbeer.com is the best place to find craft beer events, recipes, great feature stories, the most up-to-date brewery listings, and resources for your next beer tasting or dinner, like style guidelines, pairing mats, and charts. Get the inside scoop on new beer releases and special events from today's craft beer insiders, and chime in to share your own knowledge, perfect pairings, road trips, recipes, and more. Craftbeer.com, celebrating the best of American beer. A vial of White Labs yeast is the key to your best beer. When you open a vial of White Labs yeast, you're giving your beer its best chance for a perfect fermentation. In addition to their already incredible variety of yeasts, White Labs is proud to announce WLP 90, San Diego's super yeast, now available year-round. WLP 90 is super clean, super fast fermenting, with low esters and has a neutral flavor and aroma profile. It's alcohol tolerant and highly flocculent. For more of the latest White Labs news, click over to whitelabs.com, where you can read reviews of yeast, learn in the lab section, and join the customer club. And if you should find yourself in San Diego, White Labs has a brand new training facility for craft brewers and home brewers alike. Whitelabs.com. Discover yeast, nutrients, enzymes, and more for commercial breweries, home brewers, and homebrew stores. White Labs. It's all in the vial. By popular vote from the Northwest Brewing News, HopTech has been voted the best homebrew shop in Northern California. Serving homebrewers for nearly 30 years in Dublin, California, HopTech carries more than 40 different kinds of hops and more than 60 different grains, malt extract, spices and sugars, hop oils and extracts. Open every day except Wednesday, or shop online anytime at hoptech.com or call 1-800-DRY-HOPS, 1-800-379-4677. With in-store classes almost every Saturday, huge selection and a dedicated commitment to their customers, HopTech is one of the longest running and passionate homebrew stores, period. And now, by popular vote, the best homebrew shop in Northern California. And don't forget their 15% military discount. HopTech. Visit today at hoptech.com. When Blickman Engineering set out to design a great brewing stand, they knew it had to be strong, adaptable, and last for a lifetime. The top-tier brewing stand is now proudly available at BlickmanEngineering.com. It grows with your brewing skills and equipment. Start with 5-gallon coolers on its heavy-gauge stainless steel shelves. Then move all the way up to 30-gallon pots on the high-output burner tiers. Speaking of burners, the custom Blickman Engineering top-tier burners are extremely powerful, efficient, and amazingly quiet. They have safety stops to center your pot, and they'll last a lifetime and won't rust. The top-tier brewing stand allows virtually infinite combinations, from traditional gravity systems to 2 tiers to completely horizontal. Configure your stand the way you want and have the freedom to change it at any time in the future. Your brewing stand should adapt with you, not force you to learn a new process. Visit BlickmanEngineering.com today to configure your top-tier brewing stand and to find a local Blickman retailer. You'll be surprised with all the flexible features and the competitive price. Start brewing with Blickman from the top tier.
That's it. I've had it. I am
never putting hops in my beer again.
What? Why?
It's just too ridiculous. Insane prices, stupid contracts, high shipping costs, crappy selection.
Dude, you need Nico Brew.
Nico Brew will rock your f***ing face right the f*** off your f***ing skull. $5 shipping to all 50 states. Plus fantastic international rates get you low prices on Nico Brew's great selection of hops and more. Whether you're a home brewer, a pro brewer, or a homebrew shop owner, Nico Brew can get you the hops you need in increments big and small, single orders, spot buys, or full contracts. And there's only one place to join the uber special secret elite bare bones club where you'll get the best deals anywhere.
Holy f***ing shit!
NicoBrew.com. NIKOBREW. Nico Brew, your bare bones buddy in the brewing business.
This is my first attempt at a eHarmony video. I'm nervous, but I'm excited at the same time. So I'm just gonna start talking about what I like. I love cats. I love every kind of cat. I just wanna hug all of them, but I can't hug every cat. Can't hug every cat. So anyway, I am a cat lover and I love to run. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about cats again. I really love cats. I'm thinking about cats again and again and again and again and again. I think about how many don't have a home and how I should have them. I think about how cute they are and how their ears and the whiskers and the nose. I just love them and I want them and I want them in a basket and I want little bow ties. I just love them and I want them to be on a rainbow and in my bed and I just want us to roll around, round, round. Sorry, I'm getting emotional. I love cats. I love every kind of cat. I just want to hug all of them, but I can't hug every cat. Can't hug every cat. So anyway, I am a cat lover and I love to run. I'm sorry, I'm thinking about cats again. I really love cats. I can't hug every cat. Can't hug every cat. Can't hug every cat.
Mix me your 100-grain amber recipe, and I'm going to eat it. And then it can ferment in my gut. It totally works. The beer is almost identical to the grain sandwich.
Your colon won't know what hit it.
The home of live beer radio.
TheBrewingNetwork.com.
Because like beer,
Radio shouldn't suck. You're listening to The
Session.
888-401-BEER. This is The Session.
welcome back. Thanks for sticking with us. And another thanks to Garrett Oliver for taking time to talk with us from Brooklyn Brewery. Good dude. You can check out the Oxford Companion to Beer written by Garrett. And great resource for all things about beer in that bad boy. It's enormous. It's like Ulysses, I think.
People on Twitter are just going crazy for the amount of information Garrett gave us.
Oh yeah, he rocked it. He just went right for it.
It's like going to class once a week. He said, "Great talk, best description of Local 2 I've ever heard."
Yeah.
Awesome interview with Garrett. He needs his own show.
I know. I got to court him.
Yeah.
What about where are all the dick joke tweets?
Right.
Those were all in the chat.
It's just in the chat.
Yeah.
I need to court him for a show. I need to appeal to his broadcaster side and just show him the studio, let him know, listen, Garrett, you were meant for this.
Bring him back to the beginning. Well, I think a lot of people think we're in a garage still.
Right.
And we're not.
Oh, if he saw the studio, I think he'd be willing to do it. All right. Maybe I just have to build him a studio inside Brooklyn Brewery and just, it could all be under the blanket of the BN.
It could happen.
I'm only half joking, to be honest. I think the guy it would be be great for beer if he was doing a normal show.
Yeah, it'd be phenomenal.
A regular podcast, and if it could be live like we do it, so that he could get caller interaction, I think the guy would be a rock star.
Imagine if it was him and Jamil redoing a style show.
Wow. Yeah. They would explode.
I think they would. It would elevate Jamil's game. I mean, let's be honest.
All right, I got to get to Stu Stewart here in just a second, but let me mention, for more information on beer, if you're not already, you should be a member of the American Homebrewers Association. They put out Zymergy Magazine, which is worth the cost of admission in itself. It's a $38 a year membership. It's even cheaper, by the way, if you do multiple years or lifetime memberships. And, I'm a member. I have been. I'm on the governing committee, of course, too. And, AHA has been the organization in home brewing for a very long time, and we've worked closely with them since we started up. You can click the AHA link right on our homepage and become a member that way. And, they're fighting for you every day in that office, and there's not too many of them, 5 or 6 people that work at the AHA. And, keeping it legal, making it homebrewing legal where it's not, keeping us aware of what's going on in the homebrew world, making sure you can bring your homebrew out of your house. They're fighting communism, for heaven's sake. That's what they're doing over there.
Yes.
Yeah, they're going right into northern Korea.
Yeah, go to homebrewerassociation.org and check it out. Stu Stewart from Bamberg Beer Me is on the line. Hey, Stu, what's happening?
Hey, greetings from beautiful Mackinac Island, Michigan.
Back from Michigan, Stu.
I am in Michigan right now as we speak.
Now, of course, Stu is from Belgian Beer Me as well, and Bamberg Beer Me, which is what we want to talk about today. We wanted to talk about Bamberg, part of Germany that I've not been to. I mentioned that on the last time when we were talking to Stu. So I wanted to talk to him more about Bamberg itself, and to get me lubed up for it, the man sent beer.
Oh, yeah. I like beer from Bamberg. It's great.
Yeah, what do we have there?
Schlinkerla, huh?
Yep.
You got 3 different ones here, guys. You got a Helles, you've got the Urbach, and you got the Doppelbock.
Oh. Let the record show I did not pick the order. I was instructed by Justin.
Yes.
So the Helles, we started with the Helles.
Stu helped me with the order as well, but you always got to start with the Helles anyway.
Why do I have the smoked beer then?
I
was just going to say it's a smoky Helles.
Yeah, but you know what? It's a really interesting beer because people think it's brewed with a smoked malt, when in fact it's not.
Really?
What you are tasting is the residual smokiness that comes off from using the same system.
Oh,
really?
Oh, that's a good point.
That much smokiness?
What do you mean?
I can buy that.
That's what I've been told.
That it's in the brew house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But they don't. I mean, but
it comes from the mash tun.
I mean, I guess what I'm saying is, as homebrewers, we use the same system over and over again, and I don't get that.
But we're not brewing Rausch beer day in and day out, and then you throw a Helles in there.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Okay, I get it.
The
All right.
system has
it's just the residual, because they brew so. I mean, I assume that's what you're saying, Stu, is that they brew so much smoked beer on it that when you throw a Helles in the mix, it's going to pick it up.
That's right. I think it's also mainly the filters.
Well, that's an even better. Yeah. You know what? I like that. I think this might be the only way I like smoked beer is when it's a residual.
When it's not an ingredient in the beer.
It's not overpowering the beer.
I want it to be one or the other, man. Give me smoke.
Oh, really?
Light me on fire and I'll inhale it.
Oh, I don't like that at all.
Yeah.
It's definitely kinder and gentler.
But it is with that big malty backbone and that dry finish. It is very good. It's very well balanced smoked beer,
it's
which you also don't find a lot. Yeah, it's rarely do you find the smoke at the same level as the malt. I think a lot of smoked beers is higher concentration.
Over smoked.
Yeah.
So I'm guessing you guys go to this brewery on your tours then, right?
You know what? We visit their tap room, which is right on the main street there in Bamberg, and of course it is the epicenter of beer culture in Bamberg.
It is.
Yeah.
Yeah. I want to go there.
I want to be at the epicenter.
I want to be there. I want to be there now.
The only epicenter.
I want to mention about that Helles, though. That was ranked in the top 20 beers by, I think it was Men's Journal magazine recently.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah.
I'm a big fan of the Helles style, as you know. When done well,
a good one, yeah.
When done like the Germans do it.
Yes.
That's when I like it. Not when butchered by some shitty home brewer or American craft brewer.
Yes!
Damn it! I
You
am
are
JP
like me!
today. I turned into JP today.
I've never seen JP so happy in my life.
Because it lends credence to what I've been saying, where there's craft brewers and home brewers who they'll make a light beer with an American ale yeast and call it a Helles because they don't think anyone knows, they don't think anyone is educated.
Right.
Meanwhile, we're all educated. We're dying for stuff like this that's real.
Tasty, next time I say I'm going to spend the weekend with JP, invite me to something, will
Go
you?
find something better to do.
Take me somewhere else.
You're like believing in you're drinking the Kool-Aid, huh?
I go spend 2 days with the guy. I come in here yelling about things that don't matter.
Oh, man.
Right. Now, Bamberg has the highest concentration of breweries in the world, right?
That's correct. There's about 300 of them right in the greater Franconia region, which is, as we talked about before, it's in northern Bavaria. And then there's 10 breweries right in the city of Bamberg, if you count the pilot brewery at Weiermann. And then within about 30 miles of the city, there's about 100 breweries.
That's crazy. Does anybody do anything else in Bamberg except brew beer?
Make glassware.
Good point.
I mean, somebody's got to drink it, too.
Right.
Someone's got to drink it.
It's all brewers there. And
they ride bicycles. They ride bicycles between all the breweries.
Well, that makes sense, doesn't it?
Like manufacturing glassware.
Yeah.
Beer.
Now, when you say the pilot brewery at Weiermann, you mean the Weiermann malting there?
That's right. They have a really neat pilot brewery there. And if you visit Weiermann, they also have a gift shop where you can buy their beer. They bottle some of it from the pilot brewery, and a lot of people don't realize that.
Oh, I'd like to go just for that. That'd be cool.
Yeah, Weiermann is awesome.
Well, and
they do some classic malts, and they're nice people, too.
Yeah.
I've seen my beer
really
events and
nice.
stuff. They're awesome.
They're a family-run business. They're very PR-oriented. Everything's yellow and red. They couldn't be nicer. And the times I've taken tours there, it's not just an in-and-out tour. It's like in great detail, and it's amazing.
Right. Now, we watched your video, Stu, to help promote Bamberg Beer Me, and it seems very old world there.
Yeah.
Like some of the slides from the, and I don't know if they were breweries or bars, but JP, you were doing a better job of describing it before the show when you're watching just that kind of the dark mahogany wood and it's very Franconian.
Yeah, I would say draconian, but I think that's probably the wrong term because I'm also a real idiot. But just
throw it out there.
That look in bars of like the old, like the Middle Ages, right, where everything's dark wood and kind of rounded. There's still the artisanal like craftsmanship of like a kind of a rounded entryway.
Yeah,
but everything's dark, rich, rich colored wood, and then like lighter walls, and it seems like that's what you want to do is hunker down with a pint of beer.
Right.
And if I was opening a bar...
And read Dracula.
Read Dracula, dude, yeah. Vlad the Impaler needs to be... Well, it's like... it's that kind of scene where to me, that's a bar, that's a pub, that's a tavern.
Yeah.
And, a lot of the English pubs are like that, too, where it's real dark and kind of smoky, but...
is that what it's like there?
That's the only way to do it.
Well, it's not smoky.
Well, not smoky, but...
It is very atmospheric. JP's right with the wood-paneled walls and the archways. It's like going back in time, and that is a big part of going there and drinking the beer is just soaking in that atmosphere.
Right.
Are they playing top 40 over the house sound system? Because that's what they do here.
Right. Yeah, it could be the nicest bar in the world, and you have to listen to Beyonce.
The radio stations in Germany, they play a lot of American music, and it's a bizarre mix from the 60s and 70s and 80s and 90s.
Right. What you won't find is Journey playing on the radio, which I find unfortunate. What
you
goes
hear a little bit of everything.
What goes better with a traditional dark bar than a little bit of Can't Stop Believin'?
Yeah. Well, the other thing to keep in mind is there's a lot of U.S. military personnel in Bamberg. There's a base there called the Warner Barracks, and we've occupied that base since the end of World War II. That was one of the things we got out of the deal when we won the war.
I see. Yeah, now you have us here.
Yeah. Let's underline that we won that. We won that war because we did.
Do you know the population of the military base there?
10.
I don't. I know the population of the city is about 70,000.
Okay.
And there's some talk that the base might close here in the future, but last I heard that was still up in the air.
I would worry about that.
So would I. I wouldn't want to go to Bamberg without that base right there, man. Come on.
JP.
I'm not trying to go anywhere where I can't see an American face.
It does make you feel more comfortable.
Yeah.
JP will not travel farther than 6 blocks from a U.S. embassy.
No, absolutely not. In fact,
he needs protection.
Before I go to the Brooklyn Brewery, I want to make sure the U.S. Embassy is within that radius.
You won't even go to Brooklyn.
No. Are you kidding me?
Stu, would you be able to keep JP safe and secure on a Bamberg beer tour?
Is there a concealed carry? Do they have concealed carry permits in Bamberg? Because I need one.
I don't know, but there's just lots of U.S. military personnel around, and I'll give you a quick little story. One night we were in Mars Brewery, and it was just packed, and it looked like we weren't going to get a table. And I heard this guy talking out in the hallway, and he was obviously an American, and I could tell by the haircut he was U.S. military. So we got talking. He was from Kansas City, and he said, "What are you doing here?" I said, "Well, I run beer tours to Bamberg from the U.S." And he goes, "That's great." I said, "Yeah, it looks like we're not going to be able to get in, though." He goes, "Oh, yeah, you are. See that group of people over there? That's all U.S. military officers. Let's get you in there." And they brought our group in, got us down. We had dinner with them.
Yeah.
It was great.
That's right. That's what the military does. We are just
move people aside.
We're just table holders. No, I do like that. You got to stick together, man.
Oh yeah, definitely. And and I have a lot of respect for these young men and women who are over there, and they're coming out of Afghanistan and dangerous places like that, and they return to Bamberg for a little bit of time to get to see their families, and then they're right back down there.
Well, and we've talked to quite a few people who have home brewers and even some course brewers who that's the beer. These are the what am I trying to say? This is the country of origin of the beers that get them into craft beer.
Right.
So it's it's a starting point for the style. It's a starting point for beer.
Right.
As we know it today, and it's a starting point for a lot of beer lovers.
Well, these kids are going to come back experienced in Rausch beer, among a lot of other things, obviously, but it's experienced in Rausch beer.
And VD, probably. But
is Rausch beer, let's do the... you think the Doppelbock second, Stu?
I would.
I would do that one last.
Do the... But
Over
then,
the smoke
but
beer?
then I'm going to be full of smoke if I do the Rausch beer first.
Well, that's
the way to do it?
The Doppelbock is going to be smoky, too.
Oh, okay. All right, then let's do the Rausch beer. You can leave them both up here, Mosky, unless they're too warm already. I don't think they should be.
We're chugging these good beers.
Yeah, keep them out here. We'll just pour it and drink it. Now, is Bamberg the home of Rausch beer? Is that the deal?
It is now.
Okay.
It's most famous for the Rauch beer, and the reason that is it's kind of a historical fluke, the way this all came about. At one point, likely all beers were Rauch beers, because that was the only way you could kiln the malt. They couldn't separate the heat source from the smoke, and so it all got smoky.
I see.
And then at some point in the technology history, they developed a kiln where they could separate the heat from the smoke, so you didn't have smoky malt anymore. But the problem with that is it was another expense for the brewers. So brewers were either frugal and decided not to go that way, or they simply just didn't have the money to go that way. So they just kept using these old kilns and making smoky malt, and then pretty soon Bamberg became the only place that still did that, and now it's what they're famous for.
Got it. I see. I like that about not just Germany. When Garrett, we were just talking to Garrett a minute ago and talking about ingredients, and even though we all have ingredients, the same ingredients and techniques available to us, that by region we're still our palates differ, and we're still going to end up having regional beer. And Europe and Germany in particular is still very regional that way. You go to Cologne for Kolsch. And alt beer, I think, too. Where's the home of alt beer, Stu?
Dusseldorf.
Oh, Dusseldorf. That's right. Dusseldorf for alt beer, and the Rausch beer for Bamberg. And I like that. I enjoy that there are still regions that specialize in these things.
It is kind of nice. That is also old. I mean, and what better place to do it than at the place where they make it?
Yeah.
Some of these beers come over to the States. I'm sorry, Stu, I keep cutting you off, but you don't get them as fresh.
Right.
They're different.
Right.
Here's the thing about Rauch beer, you guys. While it's what put Bamberg on the map as far as most Americans are concerned, it's just one of the many, many styles that are available there. And when you get there, you realize that real quick. In fact, there's only essentially 3 breweries in Bamberg that make a smoked beer.
Okay.
Schlenkerla, Special makes a kinder, gentler, mellower version, and Wireman makes a smoked too. And then everybody else is just making a bunch of different lagers, pretty much. And then in the greater Franconia region, you'll find some smaller breweries that make some Rauch beers as well.
Okay.
But the Bock beers, for example, are just amazing.
Now,
and, go ahead.
Well, I just wanted to say that I lied about this smoke beer thing.
Why would you lie?
Well, I forgot. I haven't had this particular one in a long time, and now I remember that I love it because
it's amazing.
Because it's bacon.
Nate, isn't Schlenkerla like the classic style, like the representation, the classic representation of the style?
It's the one Americans know because it's the one that the BJCP talks about and those sort of things because it's one that's commonly available and everyone can get a taste of it. But
it's gorgeous.
Yeah, benchmark for the style.
It's a gorgeous beer.
Yeah,
Didn't you hear me? Of course, I just said it's gorgeous. I said it's bacon.
Oh,
which
in a glass.
which embodies everything that is wonderful on planet Earth,
right,
and beyond, and the heavens.
Yeah.
So is this pure kosher then? I missed that.
Yeah.
I like to say it's like drinking a glass of beef jerky.
Yeah, that too. Yeah, it has a good beefy.
Although it kind of turned my stomach to hear beef jerky in a glass.
Right.
I love it.
Yeah.
But the other thing is, when people first try this and I introduce people to this style, I recommend that they have it with some food. It's a way to ease you into the style.
Yeah, like a nice chicken.
It's a good call.
Yeah.
Or a steak.
Steak would be good. Do they have steak in Germany?
Sure they do.
They do.
Yeah, it's all deep fried though, isn't it?
No.
They don't deep fry anything in Germany.
Why not?
It's stewed. It's stewed, though. It's not broiled.
Well, like Jaeger schnitzel, isn't that fried? Not deep fried, I guess.
No.
Mm.
It's breaded. It's not fried.
Isn't it breaded and then fried, though, right?
I don't think it's fried.
Maybe pan fried.
I forget. Pan fried, yes.
All right. We'll give you that. Let's argue about it.
Actually, and that does bring up a good question for Stu.
Right.
How much is... I know when we talked to you last that you kind of, like to... Plenty of time to go get your own meals when you're on one of the tours that you do. Mm-hmm. But how much is food, local food, a component of the Bamberg Beer Tour, for example?
Well, on all my tours, all the breakfasts are included, and 3 lunches and 3 dinners where we have group meals. And during the group meals and brewery tours and any festivals we go to, all the beers included as part of the cost of the tour there. Did I answer your question?
Well, yes and no, but I just want to, when you do the community meals, are you trying to focus on local cuisine, traditional cuisine? Because I want that.
Oh yeah.
Especially because I might not know it if I'm not on a tour. Someone help me with that.
It's not McDonald's or Starbucks.
Yeah.
Right. I mean, there's a lot of really classic German cuisine available everywhere you go. And as much as I love it, at a certain point, you do want to, switch out a little bit and get some Thai food or tapas or something like that.
By the way, Nicole is in the chat room. I don't know if it's our Nicole or another, probably our Nicole.
Yeah, in the chat, it's our Nicole. Yeah.
And is correcting me and making an excellent point that I had said, it's because the smoke flavor is coming through in the Helles because maybe it's in the equipment. Mm-hmm. Nicole is saying it's because of the yeast repitch, which makes a lot more sense.
Yeah, it does.
Doesn't it? Than my stupid analysis.
Well, Stu said it, and you just kind of went with it.
But either way, it does. It would still. It would be a testament to what Stu said. It's in the brewery. It's coming from the brew house, and right. If they're repitching the yeast, boom, smoke flavor. There you go.
She also suggests aged white cheddar with this beer
as a pairing with this.
Yeah. Or white cheddar popcorn, which now I want white cheddar popcorn.
That does sound good,
but I want.
Someone go to Trader Joe's quick.
I know, right? Pirate's booty. I need some right now.
The next studio we build is going to have to be right next door to, right in between a high quality beer store and Trader Joe's.
And then across from a charcuterie, please.
And a strip joint.
Yes. Wow.
I think we need to build a compound.
Shopping center.
We need a town is what we need.
We need a town now. Yeah, absolutely. Well, I do like the Rauch beer. Now, you mentioned Bock beer, too. And so world-class Bock beer come out of the Bamberg area as well?
Oh, a lot of it. Okay. And what surprises people, and while you guys have some dark-colored ones there, a lot of these Bocks, and I'd say most of them are pale Bocks.
Okay.
And you'll find that they probably fall more into the Heller Bock category. And they tend to be drier, less sweet than the Bocks you get from southern Bavaria around Munich.
Okay.
And it's really interesting to see and taste all the different nuances, and to be able to compare the different brewers' interpretations of this style side by side.
Right.
It's amazing.
That would be great. Well, and with that many breweries in the area, that's a ton of side-by-siding.
Oh, it is. And what they do is they start releasing these beers in early October. Schlenkerla is the first one usually to roll out their Urbach. And then every week, different breweries keep releasing different Bachs. And they call it Bach Beer Zeit, which means Bach Beer time. And it's a big, big deal over there.
Love it. So the Fall Bach Tour of Bamberg is coming up October 24th through the 31st with Bamberg Beer Me and Stu here. And am I reading this right? Are we getting our BN listeners getting a discount on this thing?
That's right.
It looks like, I love the coupon code. All right, so Stu is going to give $100 off this tour.
Wow.
Which, again, is October 24th through the 31st, so it's coming up. If you purchase before September 10th and you use coupon code BN/SuckItJP.
Wow.
Not only will you have a lot of fun while you're ordering, but you'll get $100 off.
That's enough to buy another piece of luggage and fill it with really good, cheap beer.
That's a good point. Yeah,
You know?
Absolutely. $100 off the Fall Bach Beer Tour of Bamberg, October 24th through the 31st. Of course, you just go to BambergBeerMe.com. And you could also Google that if you don't, search Bamberg Beer Tour. Stu will be the one who comes up right there. And $100 off for coupon code BN/SuckItJP.
Well, Stu, I'm honored. I really like it, mainly because people have to type my name.
I try to include you where I can.
I love you for that.
Right.
Yeah.
Nobody else
I always
does.
tell people that they should include on their bucket list tasting the Bach beers in Bamberg. It really is amazing. And like my little slogan is, "There's no place like it," and there really is no place like it.
And I think you're right, especially when you point out the ability to do it side by side from several of the, if not hundreds, of the best Bach brewers in the world.
World class.
Yeah.
Literally. A lot of people throw that around, but, like we say world class radio.
Right.
It's not.
It's not.
And we know it. It's
Yeah.
marketing.
Yeah.
But it truly is.
Do you get a little plastic goat with every single Bach beer in Bamberg?
If JP comes, I'll get him a plastic goat and a real one.
Wow. JP has to bring the goat with him for the rest of the tour. You get it on day one.
Oh, good.
And you have to keep the goat with you for the whole tour.
Well, guess what I'm not going to make room for on my shelf?
Handcuff it to you.
Yeah. Stu, if you could just... Stu, you ever seen Scream 4? That movie? That horrible excuse for a movie?
I don't think I have.
All right, well, you shouldn't. But in it, one of the guys has like a webcam on his head that just it streams to his blog, and it's really stupid. But anyway, if you would do that for me, then I would probably pay full price, and I could sit in my home because I don't fly.
I like that you had to... This is a fantastic idea.
Right?
I don't know why you used the most obscure movie reference on planet Earth to get to it.
You mean the fourth chapter in the epic tale that is Scream?
Right. Because really all you had to say was...
You saw an ass.
Stu, I have this great idea. If you just strap a webcam to your head,
wear a helmet
I
cam.
will pay full price for the tour.
Why did I say Scream 4? Well, I figured...
It would have been more straightforward, actually.
I guess I thought more people saw it than
you and like a 13-year-old girl saw it. Those are the two people.
Do you guys know there was a fourth of that franchise?
No. How did you know my date? That's rude.
Convoluted descriptor.
Stu, would you be willing to wear a webcam on your next Bamberg tour?
Can I think about that?
Yeah. The Germans are like, this guy.
Google glasses. We'll just do that.
Speaking of suitcase full of beer, though, these beers are in great shape. They taste excellent.
Yeah, they're amazing.
Really these are really fresh, for sure.
I love it. Did you hand deliver these back for us, Stu?
Unfortunately, I did not. I purchased those here in Michigan and shipped them out.
Wow, well, you're getting some fresh beer in Michigan.
You're getting good stuff, actually.
Great shape.
Yeah.
They are.
That's a good point about that beer. Just like Bamberg is sort of on people's radar for a Rauch beer, but if you had to name off some Bamberg beers, most people couldn't go beyond Schlenkerla, and that's because most of these hundreds of breweries over there don't export. In fact, a lot of them don't even bottle it. This beer is designed to be fresh, served from the barrel, a lot of times wooden barrels. And a lot of times these breweries, they don't even distribute outside their village.
Right. And that's a very traditional way to brew beer in Germany.
Right.
Yeah, you have to go there to really get it and understand the style, I think, to get the full depth of it. You can have these and they're great, but it's just the tip of the iceberg.
Yeah.
You know?
We opened the Doppelbock, too, by the way. It's also fabulous.
Isn't that great?
Yeah.
Smoky.
Yeah, and smoky. Yeah. You know, Tasty, that's from the yeast repitch.
Oh, I was wondering how that came about.
That was from the equipment.
That's a lot of yeast then.
Now, on that Doppelbock, it's smoked with oak as opposed to beechwood.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So beechwood is the standard smoking wood, and
it is,
and this is something that sets them apart.
Right.
Do you know the reason? Is there some special reason they chose oak?
Well, just for that flavor that it achieves.
Budweiser would only let them put beechwood on one label, so they had to pick.
Right. They're like, you can do one.
That's the funniest thing Nate said in 8 months.
They made a joke.
That's a good joke.
JP's like, oh, Nate's here.
No, Nate's good at info. But, that joke was good.
Yeah.
I'm going to write it down and steal it.
I have a question for you guys. Of those three beers, which ones do you prefer?
I'm still on the second one. I'm still on the Rauch beer.
The Rauch, that's amazing.
It's got rushed to judgment on it. Can I have that one, and I'll just chug this, and then throw up, and then drink this, and...
Yeah, here. There you go. That's the Doppel. Oh, gosh, well, that's a tough question because they were all very good. I'd have to go with the Helles, I think. Let me order them. Helles 1, Rauch beer 2, which leaves Doppelbock as 3, if you didn't know. That's my order.
What's 4?
There's only 3.
Yeah, but if you had to pick a 4th.
Nate, order?
Burp. No. Doppelbock, Helles, and then there's that other great beer.
Like the Doppelbock first.
Yeah.
Tasty?
I like the Rauch beer first, and then the Helles, and then the Doppelbock. Yeah.
Oh, only Helles guy here so far.
I would go... I'm sorry, go ahead, Scott.
Yeah, well, the Rauch beer. I do love that bacon flavor.
Yeah.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Is this bacon?
It's my favorite.
It's good bacon.
This is my turn now.
Hang on, Tasty, did you bring 2 pounds of cooked bacon to your thing this weekend like you always do?
You know I did not.
Because it's a barbecue event.
Yeah, we were all smoked out, man.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead, JP. What's your order?
I would do Helles first.
Ah, see?
And then I would do Helles second. And then I would do the Rauch beer third.
I see. You don't like the Doppelbock very much.
It's not that I don't. It's not my favorite of the three. It's good.
It's your 4th.
It's my 4th.
Right.
It's my 4th.
It's very understated.
It is, and I think after those 2 beers, this beer is very mellow and is very understated. I should make up that word, understated.
You know how?
And it's just not the same. It's not in the same. It's not on the same plateau.
You know how at the Great American Beer Festival, they occasionally don't order a medal in a category.
They don't award it.
So in other words, if there was nothing worth a gold medal, worth scoring enough points, nothing medals gold.
Really?
JP would his would be different. He would give a gold, like the same beer. If there was no silver medal, he would give the same beer the gold and the silver.
Right,
is what that's how he'd make up for the no medal.
Because I hate when people don't like. Oh, there is no medal awarded in gold. Really?
Right.
You couldn't have really just gone. Okay, this is the best of what we had.
And you would go, if it's good enough. If it's good enough for gold, it's good enough for silver.
I don't understand why they do that. Right. It's of the beers entered.
There was one category last year where they only gave a bronze.
Right.
The other 2 they just knocked.
That's
it off.
bullshit. That's bullshit.
Wow, and that's gotta suck too. If you win the bronze, like, yeah, sure, your beer's all right. But,
yeah, exactly.
You know,
it really overstates that it's not like you got beat out. Right. It's just that you're barely a bronze.
You were the least sucky one.
Right?
Right.
I hate that. Especially at the homebrew convention. It's like, really?
All right, don't forget to go search Belgian Beer Me and Bamberg Beer Me over on Facebook. You sign up and friend them over there. You can follow current and upcoming tours. Of course, you can always go to BambergBeerMe.com, especially to look for the Fall Bach Tour Bamberg, which is October 24th through the 31st. Don't forget that Stu is giving you $100 off if you use coupon code BN/SuckItJP, which is both fun and money saving to do. Hey, Stu, I wanted to ask you about, real quick before I let you go, is what's a beer keller?
Well, that's a good question. You know, back in the old days, before they had commercial refrigeration, they used to have these limestone caves where they would lager the beer. And then somebody figured out that rather than take that beer all the way into town and consume it. They could just roll it up on top of the hill and drink it in the woods right above the cellar, known as the Keller.
Ah.
So then it became a tradition where people would go to the beer Keller and drink the beer. And in Franconia and Bamberg, they don't call these beer gardens, they call them beer Kellers. In fact, they call it kellering or going on the Keller. And so if you're there and you hear people talking about going on the Keller, that means they're going to what we would know as a beer garden on top of the limestone caves.
I see.
But nowadays, if a place has a beer garden in the backyard of the tap room, they'll call that the beer Keller too. And what's interesting, and it's kind of confusing, for example, a lot of these breweries will have a tap room right in Bamberg, but then they'll have a Keller that's nearby but out in the country. And a lot of times they are not labeled very well. You just have to know where they're at.
Oh, I see what you mean. So there's these great little spots, but you just think it's somebody's backyard unless you know where you're going.
Yeah, they have all these big long tables and beautiful mature trees, and you can buy food out there. And that's what the spring tour is all about. The spring, I call it the spring beer garden tour of Bamberg, Rauch Beer, and beyond. But we spend a lot of time going to all these different beer Kellers, and it's really fascinating. There's this place called the Kellerwald in the town of Forchheim, and they have about 23 beer Kellers side by side on this mountaintop.
Nice.
On a mountaintop?
Yeah, it's incredible.
It's like a rave.
I bet that view is awesome.
For beer people.
Yeah.
It's all just next to each other.
It's a beer rave. It's brave.
Right.
Or something.
I was just wondered about that. What the hell was a beer? I'm going Kellering. But now, see all the things you can learn on a
Right, you go on the Keller there.
Okay. All right. All right, Stu, thanks very much for your time. As always, don't forget about the Fallbach Beer Tour. Just go check out Bamberg Beer Me and follow on Facebook if you want all the good updates, including when Stu's going to appear on the show, because he usually posts that stuff too. So,
if I had a Keller, I would call it Helen.
Wow.
Again, that's coupon code SUCKIT.
Right. All right, Stu, thanks, man.
You're welcome. Thanks a lot for having me on, and you guys keep up the good work.
We will. Thanks, and an extra special thanks for the beer, dude.
man.
Yeah,
That's
for
awesome.
sure.
Thanks,
man. Great.
My pleasure, guys.
Cheers, Stu.
Take care.
There you go, Stu Stewart, BambergBeerMe.com. All right.
Sounds like a time, dude. I wish I didn't hate moving my body places.
Outside of your house.
Yeah, if I could do this show from Skype, I would. That's how much I don't want to go anywhere.
How can you say that Helles is so good when it's got all that smoke flavor? I don't get that. What's with that? What's with you guys?
That's a good point.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. I'm glad you challenged me on that.
I'm challenging you.
If I could go first,
go ahead, JP.
I like it.
I think I like the Rauch flavor already, but I think it's really well balanced. It's
even in the Helles, it's balanced.
Even in the Helles, it's
I
balanced.
mean, even to notice it to me is like it's not in balance. Right?
But I think if it was any lower, it would be distracting because it's too low and you're trying to fight through that to get to the malt of what you want. I think, but the fact that it's to me it's even. That malt sweetness and that smoke are right, just neck and neck, with the hops kind of in the background. It's a whole different deal.
Maybe it's me and the smoke, but
maybe
it's just way
too
there.
much for you.
Way there.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, Justin. Now that I'm done.
I didn't hear anything JP said.
But I mean, for instance, if you took a neutral Helles and blended that 50-50 with this beer,
right?
It would. I think you'd find you liked it as much or better.
I think you're probably right about that. Let me also say that, if I had a neutral Helles, I would like that Helles better, period.
I see.
Because that's a Helles, and that's how I like them.
Right.
I think I just found it unique that it had a little extra oomph in there, and that's what made it the favorite of the three.
No, I get
but you would be right that if I were to say, oh, this is a great example of a Helles that I'm going to recommend to you, I would be wrong.
Okay.
Yeah, because of that smoke. But, I'm glad we didn't do the Rauch beer first, because I would have gone back to the Helles, and then it would have been all smoke on my palate.
I would have killed it.
I had it. Yeah, I tasted it afterwards, and it really stood out.
Right. What do I got to do? Adam and Eve. Adam and Eve. Buy wieners and stuff over there. You can use coupon code BNARMY. Go to adamandeve.com. Right now, for a limited time only, you'll get 50% off just about any item. Plus, you get 3 free DVDs of your choosing. And there's a whole bunch of genres you can choose from. Just off the top of my head, there's anal.
And that's it. That's all I can remember.
There's chunky. Co-ed,
lesbian, MILF, big butt.
POV. What was that, Suze?
Anal.
I did that first.
Oh.
All right, anal.
How do you not pay attention? How do you
list?
Phones, but I just wanted to make sure you got anal.
How do you have headphones on and not hear the word anal?
I'm just making sure you could fit anal in there.
Right.
What was it? Anal Asians big breast?
Anal, MILF, anal, lesbian,
Suze
anal,
has it,
co-ed, anal.
Suze has it memorized, I think, even the order. Lots of genres to choose from.
Well, it is alphabetical.
And anyway, go to adamandeve.com right now. Plus, you get free shipping. All that stuff. Just use coupon code BNARMY, BNARMY. And look, if you're going to buy adult fun stuff, why go to that creepy... I went to the creepy adult store not too long ago.
Oh, no! That only sends you out in like the black plastic bag?
Yeah. The one on Contra Costa there?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went there.
Your feet stick to the floor?
And, well, no, but, and you know, I went there with KTG, and because that's the better way to do it in general.
Sure.
Except that it's just a bunch of old guys in there.
Yeah.
And then they stop doing whatever they're doing when you come in with a young lady.
Oh yeah, they're staring at her.
And they're just sort of all like out of the side of their eyeballs looking at you and the chick now, as they're also looking at, you know, Do the Babysitter Volume 29.
So what's the issue here?
Roxanne Goes to Prom. Well, I think in those places, everyone is always waiting until it's empty to check out. People are always wandering the aisles.
And how uncomfortable is it to check out anyway? If you go to Adam and Eve, you don't have to look anybody in the face.
No. Right, except unless you have a mirror in front of you, then you don't have to look at anybody. Right. I've only been to one of those creepy places, and it was for a Halloween. It was a birthday party. I was dressed up as a nun,
right?
And you know, this nun and Wonder Woman run into this place.
That was you.
It was me.
Yeah,
buying a little can topper for like soda can or beer cans, and it was shaped as a nipple.
I see.
You know, shaped as a breast. So you like breast. Gave it to the kid, and turned out the kid was gay.
How did you know that you would find that item there?
We just went in. We're like, we're gonna get him something awesome. It's gonna be great. And so we go to this. That's the only time I've ever been. Well, actually, I went in there a couple years later to buy nitrous, but other than that, it was fun.
You can buy nitrous at the adult store?
You could at the ones I went to, I guess.
I wonder if the creepy one over here has it.
No, that'd be good.
It's right next to the anal poppers.
Yeah. And you can buy a bandana to fucking soak it in ether, too. It'd be great.
Right. Anyway, you can stop going to your local creepy store.
Yeah, you get a better selection of Adam and Eve, too.
Yeah.
They got more products.
Are they selling BN branded merchandise yet?
Not yet.
Hot grenade,
the BN dildo kit.
Yeah.
But who really wants that? I mean,
I don't know. There's some weird people out there.
Ooh, a butt plug shaped like a hop grenade? It's already kind of a spade, you know?
Whatever floats your boat, Moscow.
Don't pull the pin.
JP, Moscow's like adding it to his collection. There's a lot of girds. It's a big hop grenade.
I know. Moscow.
It's inflatable. The good ones
They're
are
hard to
inflatable.
satisfy.
But yeah, why? Well, I mean, it's kind of embarrassing anyway. Why go through the embarrassment? Stay at home.
Agreed.
You know, shop online.
Yeah, the selection's great.
Selection is very good. AdamandEve.com. Use coupon code BNARMY. All right, why don't we do this? Let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll do feedback. We'll wrap up the Twitter game. And I'm told we're having trouble with the phones, but maybe we can...
Untrouble them?
Untrouble them and
all right, let's
take Drunk of the Week calls. It's The Session. Hang in there. We'll be right back.
You're listening to the Brewcasters. The Brewcasters on the Brewing Network.
The
This summer, Reed Antis from New York won fully paid tuition to the 2012 World Brewing Academy Concise course in brewing technology, thanks to Lallemand and Danstar and their 2012 Beer School contest. It was so much fun, they're doing it again. Announcing Danstar's Beer School 2013 contest. From now until December 13th, 2012, every time you use Lallemand or Danstar Premium Brewing Yeast, your empty packet is your entry for a chance to win a professional brewing course. In the Beer School 2013 contest, Lallemand will sponsor 2 lucky winners, 1 professional brewer and 1 home brewer, in a random drawing for fully paid tuition to the 2013 World Brewing Academy web-based concise course in brewing technology worth nearly $4,000. This course will change the way you think of beer and brewing. Get your official entry form and rules at danstaryeast.com. Get brewing with the dry yeast advantage from Lallemand and Danstar. Visit danstaryeast.com. When Michael Fairbrother started moonlighting, he had no idea how quickly his dream was going to grow. Having homebrewed for 15 years, Michael decided to go pro, but not with beer. While attending his homebrew club meetings, he saw ladies knocking their men out of the way to try his mead. Moonlight Meadery is now 2 years old and can produce 200,000 bottles a year. It's the first New Hampshire winery to ever distribute to California and Australia. In fact, you can now find Moonlight Meadery meads distributed nationwide. And they ship direct, too. They produce 56 different varieties of mead and are unlike anything you've ever seen on the market. Michael Fairbrother at Moonlight Meadery is a real success story that can make the BN Army proud. Visit Moonlight Meadery in Londonderry, New Hampshire, or online at moonlightmeadery.com. Moonlight Meadery. Romance in a glass.
When I order a beer, I want my server to know more about it than I do. I want someone who enjoys good beer and loves helping others enjoy it too. I want someone who knows how to pour a perfect pint for any beer style. I want a Cicerone. The Cicerone certification program is creating the type of people who help you enjoy great beer. Home brewers and craft beer lovers know beer is more flavorful and complex than ever, and it takes some serious knowledge to store and serve beer right. Cicerones know beer. There are 3 levels in the Cicerone program: Certified Beer Server, Certified Cicerone, and Master Cicerone. Cicerones are truly the sommeliers of beer. The best beer locations have a certified Cicerone on staff. Relaxed and unpretentious, Cicerones are tested on storing and serving beer, beer styles, flavor and tasting, the brewing process and ingredients, and pairing food with beer. Learn more about your next beer guide at cicerone.org. Certified Cicerone, because it takes top talent to present a perfect pint.
Did you know the Brewing Network's very own Code Writing Fool's son, Ryan Wolf, has opened a beer mecca in Missouri? The Wolfbrow House of Beer has hundreds of beers from all over the world and is conveniently close to I-70 in St. Peter's. Free tastings Saturdays 4 to 6 p.m. featuring special guests from local breweries. The best build-your-own six-pack around with every style represented. And kegged craft beer available for your kegerator too. There's always something new at the Wolfbrow House of Beer. New and hard to find beer every week. No 2 visits are the same, just like passing out at the Rat Pad.
Hi, this is Ryan from Wolfbrow House of Beer. Mention the Brewing Network when you stop in for some cool free stuff. Mention JP for a swift kick in the ass.
The Wolfbrow House of Beer. Beer with personal service from a member of the BN Army.
This is Code. Visit my son's shop or I'll yank the BN website down.
www.wolfbrow.com. All right, BN Army, it's trivia time. What's the only homebrew shop with over 1,000 recipe kits, $4.99 shipping on orders over $100, and is also home of the Wolf shirt? The one and only answer is Austin Homebrew Supply. For over 20 years, they've specialized in creating recipes such as the best-selling Texas Blonde Ale, Apocalypso, Hop Bomb 2.0, and Double Chocolate Stout. And they just recently unveiled their small grain kits that produce 1 gallon of beer. Visit austinhomebrew.com to browse their extensive catalog of equipment and ingredients. They also have mini clone recipes of your favorite commercial beers. They're the exclusive retailer of BrewVent yeast fuel as well, Yeast Nutrient, and the all-new Bodybuilder. Follow Austin Homebrew Supply on Google Plus to participate in video hangouts on popular brewing topics. So visit austinhomebrew.com today and make sure you sign up for their weekly email with news and specials. Austin Homebrew Supply, austinhomebrew.com.
Live. Beer Radio. The Brewing Network.
The Brewcasters. If you're just starting, don't be discouraged by all this stuff. It's so easy.
Just throw it together.
Put some sugar and some water and some yeast in there.
Yeah.
Make beer.
Network.
One night to be confused, one night to speak the truth. We had a promise made, 4 hands that went away, both under influence. We had divine sense to know what to say. Mind is a razor blade to call for hands up above to lean on. Would it be good enough for me? No, to call for hands up above to lean on. Would it be good enough for me? No. One night of magic rush, the start a simple touch. One night to push and scream, and then leave. 10 days of perfect tunes, the colors red and blue. We had a promise made. We were in love to call for hands up above to lean on. Would it be good enough for me? No, to call for hands up above to lean on. Would it be good enough? You had the hand of the devil. You kept us awake with wolves' teeth, sharing different heartbeats in one night. To go for hands up above to lean on. Would it be good enough? To call for hands up above to lean on. Would it be good enough for me? No, to call for hands up above to lean on. Would it be good enough for me? No, to call for hands up above to lean on. Would it be good enough for me? No.
Brewcasters are back.
It ain't 401 beer.
Whatever.
Yeah, welcome back to the program. Thanks for sticking with us. Thanks to Garrett Oliver and Stu Stewart for being on the program today. A couple more things left to do, including our Twitter game, which JP will be getting ready for us. But first, I got a couple phone calls. I
like phone calls.
I think I've got Theo Brew and Blooby Gloob, Glop Glop, Gleep Gloop, all online too. Is that what I have, Suze?
Theo with the pudding pop and the Theo.
Theo and Blue.
Hey.
Who's this?
Yeah, this is Theo.
Hey, Theo, what's happening?
Well, Blobber Gooby Gooby Glop's supposed to, like, Skype you right now, but he's still taking a piss.
Oh, so I'm supposed to wait?
Where's he taking it to?
What are you guys going to do? A duet?
Yeah, we're going to do a duet. We have it planned out.
What is it? You want to wait?
That sounds
I'll give you
great.
a hint.
That's great.
Oh, I hear Blobby's calling me. No video, Blobby. Hi, Blob.
Hello.
How you doing, buddy?
Did you hang up on Theo?
No, I got Theo right here. I got him. I got him. What do you guys need from me? You going to do a duet for us?
Yeah, apparently.
Do you need backup music, or are you just going to...
Yes, I think so, because doing this duet to a song that I don't know. I don't know if he knows it, but I know nothing of it. So back up.
You're the one who suggested it, Blobber.
What?
Wow, I hate it when couples fight.
Song, Blobber.
JP, don't talk over him, because then I cannot hear what Theo has to say.
Bloob, he
Hello,
said
Theo.
that you suggested it.
I did?
Yes, you're the one who suggested this song.
Okay, did I? Okay. Okay.
I'm pretty sure that the last couple of calls I've had with Blooby Gloob, I'm pretty sure he's losing his mind.
I think so.
Because you talked to him for a couple minutes, and he goes, "Hello? Mom? Is that you?"
You can't take the pills with the beer. You got to separate it out.
Yeah.
Okay, I suggest that Theo starts, and then I add to it. I can start. Theo, you want me to start? Okay, here I go. Ready?
All right.
3, 2, 1.
Wow.
All right, you got any feedback now? Let's do the feedback.
It's clearly Under the Bridge by the Red Hot Chili Peppers.
You recognize that song?
You know what it reminds me of? This awful song that it's big right now, and I don't know why.
Fuck this.
It's by Flo Rida, and it's like, you can wet my whistle.
Whistle, baby. Let me know, girl, I'm gonna
See, JP's been hanging out in beer bars, so he knows the song.
Did you ever think that whistling was going to be popular in hip-hop?
Whistle the way it worked, dog.
Watch.
Can you blow my whistle, baby? Whistle, baby. Here we go.
What? That's the hook, Nate.
No.
That's the hook.
I mean, hip-hop has been a parody of itself for a while, but this is a new... This is getting good.
How awful is that?
This is amazing.
Can you blow my whistle, baby?
Wow.
And then he whistles like an idiot.
It's like it's hip-hop has crossed into pop. It's now hip-hop. There you go.
Yeah.
Just totally defined a generation of music.
Country pop, hip-hop.
Hip-hop.
Yeah.
This is just
hip-hop.
maybe their tribute to the Scorpions, Little Winds of Change.
Yeah, exactly. So Theo and Blob, that's what you now sound like to me.
Yeah, you sound like a millionaire artist.
Right.
You were trying to say George Michael. You guys hate George Michael.
Never gonna dance again. Guilty feet have
got
no
rhythm.
It's easy
to pretend. I know you're not a fool.
It's like Blobber has an echo effect on that's gone wrong.
You know, I was planning a name
thanks, Blob and Theo. Later.
I was planning a Name That Tune with Blobber, but based on how that phone call just went, I'm canceling that.
Nobody would guess them, huh?
Got to do Name That Too with Blobber. Love it. All right, there we have it.
Oh, yeah. Can I give it back now that we have it?
All right, let's see. We should probably do feedback real quick.
Let's do it. It's some good feedback today, bro.
All right, feedback's brought to you today by our brand new sponsor. We're so happy to have them on board, Austin Homebrew Supply. Go check them out, Austin Homebrew Supply. And, you know, good dudes over there, and they contacted us and said, look, we love what you're doing, and please let us help you out. And they did. So just a great company over there in Texas. AustinHomebrew.com. Check them out. And I just wanted to say thanks and welcome to the Brewing Network. They're bringing you this edition of feedback. So there you have it.
Oh my god!
You've got mail.
Kick ass.
All right. Peter writes in.
Yeah, he does.
What is this? What is FFS, Justin?
I don't know. That's what he put. That was his
FFS, Justin.
Fucking feature
Fucking fabulous fan of something.
FTFS, fuck this fucking shit.
Urban Dictionary, for fuck's sake.
Ah, thank you, Moscow. That's why he's the producer.
Thank you. Well, the Giants game's over, so...
I was all ready to email and thank you for introducing me to some great beer music through the Sunday session, but then you had to go and spoil it by playing Steel Panther.
No.
Now I find out that Steel Panther are coming to Perth, Western Australia in October.
Western.
And now they're coming to Perth, Western Australia. It's now 1:30 and I can't get to sleep because I have to tune to the words of weenie, 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 weenie ride going through my head. Seriously, though, it's about time you released a Music of the BN album or playlist through iTunes. I never knew there'd be so much good beer music out there. It'd be great for brew days. Now, if I could just get you to move the session to Saturdays instead of Mondays so I could listen live while brewing on Sunday mornings in Australia, all would be really cool.
Dream on.
There you go.
Says, I know Mondays give you a more corporate working week, but having an audience get drunk with the brewcasters is the heart of the session.
Fuck, I'm going to occupy this shit if you keep talking corporate, dude. Oh, God.
I think Saturdays would be a great idea. Cheers from Peter. Peter, Saturdays will never, ever happen. I'm just going to point that out right now.
You said that once about Mondays.
All right. All right, Justin, I just listened to the session episode on Cascale. I wanted to tell you, well done. I feel like I read this one before, but maybe it just came to my personal email. There was so much information in the interview. You guys did a great job. All the information was spot on. The only time I was yelling at my MP3 player was when the guys talked about getting vegetal flavors from leaving beer on the dry hops too long. Has anyone there actually experienced that?
Yes.
I doubt it.
Yes.
He says. Nathan?
Yes.
You've experienced it.
Yes.
You didn't say it willy-nilly. You tasted it in your beer after it happened in your beer.
After it happened.
Weird.
Yeah.
Very strange.
Later on, I mean, he goes on in the email to explain how he leaves them on for months, sometimes years, and doesn't get it. And I'm wondering if what we're calling vegetal...
Temperature and variety dependent, too. And also the amount. If you're using a really small amount, you're probably never going to know.
Well, I wonder if what we're calling vegetal is really more like a earthy green thing. I wonder if he's making the distinction between vegetal, like creamed corn.
Was it really, really pronounced?
Well, that comment is
grassy
made, grassy
Yeah.
or more focused on what you're getting from American citrus hops that sit on dry hop too long.
Mm-hmm.
English varieties like EKG and Fuggle probably do very different
right?
things. Yeah, exactly.
Well, all right.
Yeah, he goes on and says, I dry hop all my hoppy ales in the keg and serve them for months, sometimes years, and there's never any grassy or vegetal flavors from leaving the beer on the dry hops in the keg. It's yet another one of those brewing myths that just will not die. There's no reason not to dry hop in the keg for styles like bitter, pale ale, IPA, and double IPA. I challenge anyone to find vegetal flavor from leaving the beer on the dry hops.
I think Nate just met the challenge.
Yeah.
I've experienced it, but he might have better techniques than I do for limiting that. So.
Impossible.
The rest of the email invited us to his pub, so if you want to say the name of his brewery in there, that'd be good.
Okay. I read that. It was his house that was his pub.
Oh,
it's his house.
I didn't read it.
Yeah, when
very
something starts
closely.
with Casa Day,
pretty
people
sure
are
it was his
usually
house.
talking about their own.
Yeah.
Costa de Brewskis.
He calls it Boathouse Brewery in Olympia, Washington, but I got the feeling that it was his house, which is a very nice invite, but you never know how creepy they are.
You never go to the boathouse. That's one of the rules I have.
I don't even sleep at JP's house, and I know him.
No, there actually is a Boathouse Brewery established in 1996, although it's in Ohio, so... Olympia, Washington.
Oh,
there you go.
There you go. They moved from Ohio to Washington.
Oh, maybe it is his real thing then. Then I would be happy to go to that. He can't be too weird, right? I mean,
the General Republican there, at least
in Washington.
Okay. What else do I have here? All right. Oh, our friend Damo writes back. Damo! Damo writes in, hey guys, thanks for the reply, Ari the show on Aussie craft beer. Thanks guys for making me a tiny bit famous on your Brazil show. I've not laughed that hard for a while. I felt the need to reply after the on-air weenie ride. Oh yeah, I think we played weenie ride for him. We did. Because he was Damo. He says, Damo speak good England. And I'm not a retard. I'm from Perth, and I'd like to do a big shout-out to my brew club, the West Coast Brewers.
Isn't Perth in Western Australia?
I think it's in Western Perth. He says, I'm glad that effing Tim from effing Canada realized he was a dickhead and apologized. He needs a weenie ride. At finally, he says, in Australia, Damo is a cool name. Love the show. Cheers, Damo. Jippy, didn't you tell me that Damo was a band in...
Damo is several things. Damo is a rapper in Australia. It's also a Japanese TV show.
It's a song by the Indigo Girls.
Please don't play that.
But I like how in Western Australia, or in Australia, it's a cool name. But here it's a song by the Indigo Girls.
I have to play it.
Oh, man.
I have to play it.
Damo! Damo!
Let's see what we have here.
Damo. Fucking Damo.
It's very tribal.
Let's get back to Mother Earth.
Oh, Jesus. Should have listened to Nate.
I told you, man.
Good enough.
Yeah.
That'll do. That'll do, Damo.
That was pretty Damo.
His new theme song.
I like Damo.
Damo is rad. Oh, man. What a good sense of humor. This is your...
All right. Gator Beer writes in the past week, I've done two things. Listened to the first ever show and found a picture of the whole BN crew online. It's not a very busy week.
It's pretty good. That's all I've done.
You know?
I've also eaten my own feculence.
I need a few weeks like that.
I haven't done much in a week either. I cleaned a bunch of duty off of a shitty little dog. And I played golf. He says, whoa, the BN's come a long way, but I wanted to say that in the first Sunday session, Justin says, we'll always be on Sundays. I don't listen live, so I don't care when you record, but JP, this might help you play D&D. He also says, seeing a photo of you guys might have fundamentally shaken my listening experience. There's something about radio voices and the actual person never matching.
Yeah, they're wildly disappointing.
It's impossible to match.
However, he says, Tasty looks exactly as he sounds.
I think I take that as an insult.
Right.
Careful with that webcam, folks.
Lastly,
don't be looking at that thing.
Yeah,
he
says, for amateurs.
Lastly, I was very happy to hear that Doc has always been drunk on the show. Proven by the Hefeweizen tasting, where he had finished all his beers before the tasting even began. I think I actually remember that from the very first show. That's how I knew that Doc was right for me.
Yeah.
And this show is that we had poured a tasting of Hefeweizens, and they'd been out for like 3.5 minutes, and we hadn't started the tasting yet. Doc's were
there used to be shows where the listeners would give money for Doc to drink X number of beers before the next break and stuff like that too. Man, it's great.
Love it. Okay, and finally. Oh, maybe not finally. A couple more. Oh, our old friend Porter Smith wrote back in.
You remember Porter Smith, the drunken ramblings of a madman.
Yeah. Upset that we put Bevo in a soundproof booth so that nobody could hear her.
What's the point of that? That's fucking Damo, bro.
How does that help radio if you can't even hear her?
Yeah, that's fucking... A Damo would think of that shit, bro.
Ding. So Porter writes back... And by the way, the email is titled "Fuck you, asshole."
Wow.
And
I love Porter.
He says, "Holy shit, you bucket of butt love aftermath! You called me a dumbass on the air. I was trying to be helpful, you ass clown. You know, not everyone is famous like you and has millions of dollars to spend."
What? Not everyone is. That's true.
It's true. Not everyone, not anyone in this room
is as famous like you.
I am as famous like me. I have a million pennies. I have my friend over to listen to the show, and I felt like a dumbass. It's weird calling. He has his friend over. He's like, you got to listen to this great show.
It's awesome.
They're so great. And in the show, we're like, this guy Porter's an idiot.
Not a good move there.
Feel free to listen first before you show it to your mother, you know?
Put us on tape delay.
He says, I felt like a dumbass. Yeah, the FCC shouldn't put us on delay. The listeners should.
Yeah, they should.
Put it on Dump Bucket for his friends.
Exactly.
Now he gets back to his own Damo shit, though, because he starts getting real choppy again. The Lunch Meat episode Olympics show was really funny. You should let JP do that show once a week. He reminds me of a Cameron Fry. He's going to keep calling me. He's going to keep calling me. I'll go. I'll go. I'll go.
I don't know.
Ferris Bueller.
Yeah,
Ferris Bueller. Yeah.
Oh.
LMFAO.
Oh, I hope he did.
You made a Scream 4 reference and you don't know a Ferris Bueller reference?
Yeah, I'm
Give me
sorry.
a break.
And then he says, yes, my real name is Port. By the way, don't write into me with internet things like LMFAO. Are we so stupid now that we can't even write an email without these lulls and limifos?
Maybe he's talking about the band.
You can't just say ha-ha.
I don't know.
Or laughter.
Yeah, those aren't for email. Those are for...
I don't even like them in text, but...
Those are for girls.
I particularly don't like them in email.
Right.
Send me a smiley face instead. Anyway, and he said, yes, my real name is Porter. I was named after my uncle. He fought in the war, so you can't make fun of him, bitch.
Well, was it the Korean War or World War II?
If it was the Cold War, I can make fun of him.
Yeah, you can.
He fought in the Cold War. It's very difficult. Could you do a show on how to distill using pressure cookers? He's just random.
Yeah, he's super
You can't
random.
make fun of my dad, bitch. Can you do a show on how to distill using a pressure cooker?
It's the same sentence, actually.
This is ADD.
And then he goes on to say, so because the Jew is all right with calling him a ginger, I just need to find a Chinese guy that's okay with chink, and I can call them all chink. Who ever heard of a Jew with red hair anyway?
Well, that's the whole thing, is I don't have red hair. That's why I don't take offense to it, because it doesn't... It's like if I call JP the N-word. Like, is he going to take offense to that? He's not black.
Whatever,
You know
ginger.
what I'm saying?
It's kind of red.
It's a little red hue to it. It's like...
Is that what is that?
Red hue. Maybe
Is
your
that
cheeks
plat-
there are now.
It is nice color, by the way.
I like Porter.
Is it
he just
platinum?
kind of goes, man. He's like Doc, but
Who does
much
your
more
hair?
angry.
I like that Porter's still angry about me calling people ginger.
Damo.
Since when is ginger a racial term?
Yeah, there's no... Where does the race of ginger come from?
From gingers.
Oh, okay.
Hey, Porter.
From The Walking Dead.
Hey, Porter, when you don't need me.
Hey, Porter, and your new friend that's listening, you're a stupid ginger.
Fucking Damo gingers.
Here's another one. Jay, if I could actually download the archives, it would be really fucking nice. Come on, man. Get your shit together. Putting together a top-notch show, mostly and sometimes, then effing up the downloads. Take some of your new studio and very ample vacation budget and allocate some of our money to actually letting donors listen to the fucking show. Or just pull the trigger and force us to get the shows through tardrific iTunes. Don't pretend to let us download it directly from your freebie website.
Don't ever pretend that.
It's frustrating. I've been trying to download last week's show all fucking day. Suck it code.
The first ever Suck It code.
Yeah.
So good on that guy, first of all.
Man,
By the way, you can get it in iTunes anytime you want. It's already there and it's free. You don't have to pay for it in iTunes.
There's an inbox
always free.
full of angry demos here.
I guess by the way, the show is fine. It's there and it's downloadable. I will say this. We upgraded the server to give us unlimited bandwidth because they finally offered that in an affordable way. And then our bandwidth is so enormous. There's so many people downloading the show right now that they throttled us. The server throttled us. So, yes, technically, people can download an unlimited amount of shows, but now they've throttled our pipeline. So what happens is you do occasionally get some slow downloads because if a lot of people are doing it at once, the jerks are throttling us. I recommend getting the show... I never recommended this before, but I recommend getting the show through iTunes and just turn on iTunes and leave it on in the background.
Right, it's automatic, right?
And it will automatically download. It'll be there tomorrow morning when you wake up. I don't know what to tell you. I can't. You have no idea how many people are downloading the show right now.
My favorite part.
There are hundreds of thousands of downloads
Possibly
every
millions.
single month on this show, and there's no way the BN with the income that we have could pay for that bandwidth without some sort of a service that allows it. By the way, we're balancing it off of a donated server from a listener and 2 different server. I mean, we're doing everything we can to keep the show free for you.
Well, you're doing everything except taking money away from your ample vacation.
That was my favorite part, is ample vacation fund.
Yeah, what about that?
I don't know. I don't know. Last time I vacationed in Martinez. I go down to the Martinez Marina and I dip my feet in the polluted refinery water.
And then I go get new ones made for me.
I don't know. I guess I have an ample vacation fund. And
You do.
And our new studio, 5 miles from Cancerville with the affordable rent. We're spending all our money on these things.
We had 2 fires at the local refineries within a week of each other.
Yeah.
That lasted for days.
All right. What's this last one? It's a thank you. Who cares? I only like bad ones today.
That's some good
I'm
ones.
JP.
Just finish them all.
All right. El Tizzo in the forum writes in, Dear asshats, douche nozzles, nozzles, whatever. And anything that doesn't fit into those categories. Just wanted to drop a line and say thanks for all the good info you provide, especially Tasty and Nate. I just got the results back from our local beer comp, the Beehive Brew Off here in Salt Lake City.
Sounds great.
And out of the 6 beers I entered, I got first place in both the IPA, which had 44 entries.
Hell yeah.
And double IPA, which had 17 entries.
Wow, first in both. Wow. What a waste of hops.
He says, I also won IPA last year, so this is a repeat. We had almost 600 entries this year, which is not bad for a Mormon city that doesn't drink anyways. Thanks again. Yes, and yes, JP, I know IPAs are played out, but I like them, and I like to brew them. Out from Lawrence El Tizzo.
Good job, Lawrence.
All right, there you have it. I believe I got Bub on the line. Wanted to call in. Hey, Boob, what's happening, man?
Hey, wow, what the fuck? It's only been like a half hour I've been on hold.
Hey, complain about something. What's up,
Bub? Oh, okay, I'll complain about it, James Stewart, in this last fucking show. Jesus Christ, how deep was he in your throat?
Which one? Who are we talking about?
Garrett Oliver.
Oh!
I mean, I love his show with information. Not that I ever listen to your fucking show anymore. But
Bub's drunk.
Sort of. But Jesus Christ, there wasn't a single dick joke in the whole fucking episode.
Yeah, that's true. There were no dick. There wasn't an opportunity. If you think about it,
we had fecal matter in the intro, though.
We were doing our best English, and it's hard to fit that in appropriately.
But
know?
dick jokes.
I mean, God, I had a fucking monocle in for the goddamn show, and I'm talking like this.
If you want a dick joke, just put a hand mirror down by your crotch. It's funny enough.
I had to stick a pipe cleaner up my pee hole to keep awake from that thing.
Oh, come on. Garrett was very interesting. And by the way, if there was opportunity for a dick joke, somebody would have told a dick joke. It's not like
for sure.
We take our dick jokes very seriously. We're not just going to throw them around willy-nilly.
Listen, JP even tried to throw out some like minor, lame-ass, weak, limp dick jokes. And it just went right by. I had to have my pinky out as I'm holding my Coors Light, a fucking monocle in. I don't know what was going on there. It's like goddamn Mr. Peanut over here with a 17-piece suit on.
God forbid.
I had to check and see how long there was a giggle by pulling out my pocket watch on the fucking gold chain fob thing.
I don't even know what that means for
Neither
one.
does he.
I don't know
and
what
that's
that
the
means
awesome part. He has no idea.
I'm trying to follow.
And
I
also,
think Mr. Peanut does have a monocle, though.
He does, and a top hat, and
got
a cane,
that thing right,
and spats. But the delay,
there too.
The delay on Skype. He just didn't hear. That's all. He was giving a good interview. It was great.
He didn't hear. Jesus Christ! It was like an episode of Delicious Dish.
See, this is our life, boys.
It was good information. Don't get me wrong. I know you're trying to blow him, trying to get a show out of him, all that jazz, and you don't want to piss off a good guy or whatever. Don't get me wrong. But
unlike you.
So in the next interview, Bub, where we make a bunch of dick jokes, you're going to call it and be like, "Where's the beer information?"
Right.
Yes,
this is our life. Welcome to your life, boys. This is it. Because we get a show on where the dude comes on and gives us nothing but good beer information. And then we have to listen to how we pussed out and then telling dick jokes. And then you're right. Next week, we tell a bunch of dick jokes. We got to listen to everybody call in and write in about how we didn't even get any beer information because you're too busy making dick jokes. This is our life.
You guys aren't funny, man. What happened to the show that I really liked when you were funny, man?
What a stupid life we've built.
At least throw a smattering of dick jokes.
Now, all right, from now on, the rule is shotgun dick jokes. You just throw them out there and see where they land.
That's usually what I do when I go to bars.
if we have like a little JP Tourette's going on, like Blumpkin, right in the middle of something about Cascade hops smelling like fish vagina or something.
And how would that really have gone over? Would you think we would have continued to get good Garrett information had we randomly thrown in Blumpkin?
Sir, what do you think about boners?
You think I care what the fuck that guy was saying?
I don't. Why don't you go back to telling me how to build a bunker, bub?
Oh, you're going to pull this shit.
Yeah.
You're going to pull this shit.
Because clearly you know how to get listeners, right?
Yeah. Hey, why don't you go tell me how much ammo I have to store for the coming revolution, bub?
Y2K and all that jazz.
Hey, wasn't that a dick joke? Because you said come, and it's like what shoots out of your wiener hole? You get?
Yeah.
You get?
I'm trying to give JP credit for trying to liven up your little radio show here that has this all these people listening to it and shit
and things.
I don't know
stuff.
what that's like. Don't get me on that. But and you give me shit for having spam.
Hey Bub, where can I buy a radiation suit for the coming apocalypse?
From bubweb.com.
Help me out.
It's moment to ponder, you dumbass.
Well, I was actually trying to get you, actual business instead of people who just download and then delete.
I don't care. If I gave a shit about my content, I would put some up there.
You should. I would.
I care about it. I've learned a lot.
I've never listened to it. Is it good?
I've learned to save blood.
It's horrible.
Where are you saving it?
I just save it in the bathroom.
Oh, is that the bub timer?
He's hanging it in the medicine cabinet.
See, you even had to come up with a fake bub timer because it's been so long. You're making that shit up. It's not even a real bub timer. Don't play that shit with me.
That was pretty lame.
I don't believe you.
Whose fault is that?
Bub's right about that.
Whose fault? It's downstairs. I can go get it. But whose fault is that, Bub? We haven't needed
Don't play
one.
that game with me.
We haven't needed one since because you dropped off the face of the earth, building your fucking weird rabbit hole.
Yeah, just coming back to tell us that we didn't tell enough dick jokes.
Yeah.
I listen to one show a fucking year. I get screwed out of the Olympics. Who else pissed and drank? And then the judges screwed me because some guy had a moldy beer cap. And then this shit. I come back. I'm like, you know what? I'll listen. I'll see if these guys are any good. And I have to listen to some guy with a fucking accent.
Accent.
Of like the guy's lighting his cigars with $100 bills and wearing a 3-piece suit while he's taking a shit.
I think you're racist.
The guy clearly knows a lot about beer and was expressing it eloquently on the show.
Listen, I've sat down on the same couch as Garrett Oliver and shared beer with him while having cigars in a hotel before all these fucking laws.
What do you want, a blowjob?
Don't get me going. Don't get me going with who Garrett Oliver is. He's a great guy. Don't get me wrong.
God forbid he shows that on our program.
One vagina.
The guy's
at least one vagina.
The guy's been tasting beer since VW actually had a bug and not a preppy beetle like you have.
You were tasting his cock the whole night, though. That's the problem.
I'd rather drive a bug than a beetle, though.
All right, Booby. Thank you for the call, my friend.
You guys have a fantastic evening.
All right.
You too. Later. Bob. This is it, though. This is our life. This is what we've created.
Yeah. You can't please all damos.
It's either too much, or it's too little, or it's not enough, or you didn't do this. Or
damo this, damo that. It's all damos.
All right. I got Abe on the line. I think he's calling it for Drunk of the Week. Abe, what's happening, man?
Maybe he's telling us about how he fought zombies off.
Abe's on line 3.
Oh.
Well, who the fuck is this?
All right.
You just dropped someone?
Hey, Abe, what's going on, dude?
Yeah, you're goddamn right. I'm calling in for Drunk of the Week.
Wow.
Hi, Abe. Where are you calling from?
Yeah, you heard me. I'm Abe. I'm calling in for Drunk of the Week.
You heard me. I'm Abe.
Yeah,
who the fuck is named Abe anymore?
Nobody. That's not my real name. What do you hear about that?
I don't know.
What do you hear about that? Where are you calling from, Abe?
My phone, motherfucker.
Colorado.
All right. Okay. Are you by yourself?
I'm hearing weird things. It's kind of like on my speakers on my computer about 2 seconds forward, and I'm hearing through my phone about 2 seconds back.
Yeah, you should turn your computer off.
Turn your phone off.
I don't understand. Doesn't it balance out?
Yeah, it does work. If you turn your phone off, you'll hear us better.
Phone off.
You're not that drunk then, huh?
I'm hearing weird things. Yeah, because you sound real weird. That's why.
My phone off, all right?
It's so weird because I've never listened to radio before. It's so weird that when I'm on the phone with you, it's at a different speed than what's coming through my internet.
All right, well, what? Fucking maybe I'm too close, okay?
You are too close. Stand 10 feet from your computer and you'll be fine.
You're too close to life.
All right, shut the fuck up.
You called me. I don't know.
Are you by yourself, Abe?
Clearly. Listen to him.
Well, there are two dogs here.
What are their
It's not
names?
nice to talk about your girlfriend and your mom that way.
Oh.
No, these dogs are not my girlfriends. You want my resume or not?
Yeah, I guess.
No.
What do you got?
Not with that attitude.
No, JP, you do want my resume. All right, so I've had 2 shots of fucking wild turkey.
Yeah, this
2
is
shots of early times.
totally the wrong show.
And then I've had Racer 5. I'm drinking right now Stone's Cali Belge IPA. And I've had the majority of a Sierra Nevada summer camp, beer camp.
Oh, and that's it? And that's got you angry enough?
No, it's just, I mean, those are a lot of high alcohol things, you know what I mean? How much
yeah,
whiskey
Racer
do you got
5.
tonight?
Racer 5 is pretty high alcohol, dude. You're good.
Yeah, Racer 5 is an excellent beer. It's one of my fucking favorites.
Oh, it's very good.
It is a good beer. All right, I got your resume, and you are a little angry, so you know. Is that how your friends know when you've been drinking?
Well, as long as if Justin says that I'm angry, then that means I'm angry. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. You're a little angry.
Nobody's as angry as Justin. So if he says I'm angry, then yeah, I'm fucking angry.
Yeah, I'll send you my therapist's name when we get off the line here. send you his number.
Right,
his name is Damo.
All right, and I'm brewing tomorrow as well. Just so you know, I'm brewing tomorrow. I'm brewing a Cascadian Dark.
Oh, you're going to black IPA?
No, Cascadian Dark. God.
Black IPA is what I would prefer to call it. Customers at my brewery prefer to hear, oh, it's a Cascadian Dark, you know?
Well,
so that's what I call it when I brew it.
Try educating them instead of kowtowing.
Try to educate them instead of what?
I didn't know that word either. JP's from the 20s.
I didn't hear what you fucking said.
Of course I've heard it, but who the hell says that?
Instead of acquiescing.
It's a great word.
Yeah, where's your long curly mustache, JP?
I donated to the hipster begging on the corner.
His name is Abe.
All right,
JP
Abe,
figured he'd know what that means.
You're in the running for Drunk of the Week.
By
dude.
Jove.
Watch out for John Wilkes Booth.
I think I got Man Troll on the line again on line 2. Man Troll, what's happening?
How's it going, guys?
How you doing, buddy?
Hey, just wanted to do a shout out for you guys. I got the Hop Grenade IPA kit in today.
Oh,
Gotta tell you,
right.
that's a quality product.
There we go.
Okay, well, thank you. We worked hard on that, so thank you for the report, man.
Smell the box, because I packaged it for you.
When are you going to brew it?
I'll probably brew it tomorrow.
Nice.
But I was looking through it. You even have the Irish moss in there. I mean, that's well done.
We don't fuck around, man.
It's supposed to be everything you need. It doesn't have the liquid yeast in it, but it does have yeast in it. It's got good yeast in it. So the only thing is that if you're used to a certain type of yeast, then you might have to go get that. But other than that, it's all supposed to be there. So that was the idea.
Oh, man. Extra candy on that to be an Army sticker that you guys threw in there with it.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
Yeah. All right. Well, thank you for the report. That's what we were trying to do with that thing.
Awesome.
So, cheers, man. Thanks, Mantrol.
Hey, appreciate that, guys.
All right.
Good one.
Later. Cheers. There you go. See?
Yeah.
No
Which,
demo
you know what's
there.
weird about that? It wasn't somebody calling in and bitching about something. You know, with the $1 million you have to spend on beer kits, I can't believe that this one only had 1 sticker instead of 2 stickers.
Wait. They gave us money, got something, and then they didn't complain. We can do more of that, I bet.
Well, I will say that I did also put in 2 coasters, and he didn't mention that. Oh, so fuck man troll.
So thank you. If the listeners won't complain, JP certainly will.
Yeah.
About their non-complaining phone call.
If you're going to compliment everything. All
right.
The rule I always have.
Ellis is on the line. Ellis, what's happening?
What's up, Justin?
How are you, brother?
Hey, have you ever anybody stroke out on the air or no?
Whoa. Because my left arm feels weird.
Wait a minute. What is stroking out like?
No.
Is that like when?
No,
is that like
maybe
choking
I
out?
won't. I might make it like yeah, like your heart feels funny and then you fall down.
Oh,
That's
like
never happened, has it?
No. Why? Are you feeling like dying?
Oh no, I'm good. I'm just joking. I guess. I don't know.
Apropos of nothing.
I'm just joking. I guess. I don't know.
This beating in my chest might not be a big deal. It's no big deal.
How many gaggers have you fucking snorted?
I thought you were
dude?
going to talk about rubbing one out on the air or something.
No, that's save that for the chat room. We don't talk about that on the air. That'd be ridiculous.
That's what happens in the chat room. Great. I haven't been in there in a while, so
You ever had anyone gag out on the air before?
Stroking out on the air would be a guaranteed DOTW win, right? I mean, if you died, you would get the posthumous medal.
I mean, I
Not if you didn't have beer first.
What's the word? I don't think I can say it right now.
Thunderbird.
Posthumous. Posthumous.
Yeah, you're close.
Dang it.
Posthumous is good.
Posthumous.
Close enough. Yep.
What is
there you
it? The after it happens, right?
Yep.
How old are you,
Yeah.
Ellis?
I'm 10.
30. I'm not even old. I'm like.
How much you had to drink?
30's old, dude.
No. Old.
How much?
Is that JP?
How much you had to drink?
I don't know. A few pilsners, a couple little somethings.
You do.
Lost Gold real IPAs.
Blood of a 10-year-old boy.
No.
You do any?
Wow.
You done a couple lines of coke tonight, or what?
No. You know what? I missed out on that this evening. I feel like it. I don't know what. I think I'll be okay.
You.
When I was on hold, my heart started beating. That might have been the joy of being able to talk.
It's just nerves.
On the phone with JP.
That's all it
I don't
is.
know.
It's just nerves, man. Trust me.
You.
Yeah.
You smoked any of the wacky tobacco tonight?
No shit, not tonight. But
you got any?
No.
Yeah.
I make it a habit, and I have it on me. But you got to pick your friends right. You know?
Move to California, dude. Every tank of gas, you get a fucking free 8.
Yeah, pretty much.
Well, sounds like a deal.
All right, Ellis. Well, you're in the running for Drunk of the Week, man.
Ask us what gas
Can
costs.
I just hear Tasty say "One Love" before I get off the phone?
Absolutely. You want to call him out, Tasty?
One love, brother.
There you go.
Oh, that's what I'm talking about.
All right, later, Ellis. Now he's gonna stroke one out.
Yeah.
Or stroke out or something.
I don't even know.
I don't know either. Okay, how about Ken from Philly? Ken, what's happening, man?
Hey, how you guys doing?
Doing good. How are you, buddy?
All right. Just calling in for Drunk of the Week.
Yeah.
I was really, really drunk, and then I heard, Bluey Blobby and Bub, shit all over the show.
Yeah. And then you're like, I'm not that drunk at all.
Well, no, I'm still feeling pretty good.
You by yourself?
I've been drinking all kinds of dark beers, stouts and porters all night.
Yeah, like homebrew?
No. Well, today I laid off the homebrew. I've been drinking all up my cellar. I got my hands on some Stone smoke porters, the vanilla bean one.
Yeah.
Had one of them. Had some Peruvian Morning. It's like a KBS kind of beer out of Central Waters in Wisconsin. It's pretty good beer.
All right.
I should have written down what I had. Oh, I had. You know what I had? I had that Anderson Valley Summer Winter Solstice.
Oh, yeah.
Winter one.
Yeah.
It was on sale at a bottle shop. I had 2 of them. That's good stuff.
Nice. Nothing like a good nothing like a good cellar clean out to catch a buzz, you know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's what I would just be grabbing whatever I could grab. And I had a bomber of Hoppenfrog Doris Destroyer, and that really put me over the top.
I bet. Yeah, I like it when also some people they clean out their cellar like when they have company. But I like doing it by myself sometimes. Just finishing everything.
Yeah, I don't care.
Everyone would really love this.
Yeah. Oh, you should have had it.
Share.
Last night it was just great. You should have tasted it.
I was home. What were you doing?
Down in the cellar.
That's the way it should be. You're drinking alone in the dark by yourself.
All right, Ken. Well, you sound drunk to me, my friend.
I feel pretty good. You know what? The only thing I was disappointed about your Garrett Oliver interview was there was no racist jokes. He's a black gentleman, you know.
God, he was black, actually.
Wait, he's a black guy?
I didn't know that.
We don't see color around here.
He doesn't sound like it. He doesn't sound like him. He looks it.
The only color I noticed is in my
that was a
beers.
good interview. There's lots of good stuff.
All right. Thanks, Ken. Later, man.
All right, take it easy, guys.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know either.
Racist jokes. I don't know what he's talking about.
I've never demoed before in my life.
Demo!
We have no problem with tar jokes, though.
No, Damo is a cool name.
It's a
I don't know if you knew that.
You have to go to Australia, though.
I'm picking up a distinct tart accent when you say it.
Damo.
There it was.
Somebody tweeted that we were racist when we found out. He's like, "Why is Garrett going on the show? You guys are racist." And I was like,
"Someone
I was like, if you're worried about, if you
right?
genuinely think that we're racist against black people, you must really think we hate the retards and we got Susie the Asian we make fun of all the time.
right?
We got. Sorry.
Was it the same guy who wrote in a few months ago about that?
Oh, it was? Same guy.
Same exact dude.
I mean,
yeah.
Wait, didn't he say he was going to stop listening?
When I had when we had the Brazilian show, didn't I say that they're the same as Spain and every other brown
It's either
country?
you or me, I have no idea.
I mean, if you really think we're racist, you should probably listen closer and understand that we're genuinely an equal opportunity hater,
insulter. Technically, I think,
make funnerer.
I think Brazilians descended from Spaniards, so technically there would be the same race.
Oh, so I was okay with that.
You're fine. It's not racist at all.
And the gingers and the Jews and the
Ginger's not a race either.
The rednecks.
You talking about Greg McWay?
The people
the ginger?
from, the people
I
from
don't know who else
Texas.
you could be talking about.
By the way, I did discover that the Brooklyn 2, Local 2 that we had here was given to us by Greg McWay.
That's right.
He left it at he
Cool.
left it at the Rat Pad for us.
That was nice.
Yeah, I got Aaron on Skype. What's happening, Aaron?
It's Theo Brew again.
Oh shit! You outed me, bro.
I'm calling because Susie wouldn't answer my call because I wanted to give her props and she said I couldn't.
No double calls, dude. You know the rules.
No, I wanted to say how amazing Susie was.
We all know that. Don't worry about it.
She's amazing.
Yeah, that's a given.
Isn't Aaron's the gay priest, right?
Yeah.
Okay. That's right. I thought so. Yeah.
I'm a things you have wrong.
I'm not gay. I just really enjoy the taste of penis.
And I'm not a priest. I'm a pastor.
Sorry.
The difference.
I'm a pastor who really enjoys the taste of penis. Is that so wrong?
That's all it is, man.
I'm going to make him a bumper sticker that says that. You just drive around with it.
I'll put it on my car if you do.
I'm not gay. I'm not gay. I just really like
penis. Send it
penis.
to me, I'll do it. I will take a picture and show you.
Okay. All right, Aaron. Well, Susie appreciates it, I'm sure.
Seriously, she's amazing. She's like the best, awesomest person ever.
Wow, what tipped you off that he's gay? Because I don't know. I can't get it.
Right. He's gay, but he likes Asian women.
Yeah. Hey, Theo, what color should I paint my bathroom? I have green towels.
Blue or yellow.
He knew right away. He took him a half a second.
It's good because I'm leaning to both of those colors.
Blue or yellow. Well, if you have green towels. Yeah. Well done, Aaron. Thanks, brother.
Bye.
Later.
Nice to hear from you.
Goodbye.
She's amazing. It makes sense that gay guys would like Asians, though, doesn't it? Because you got the whole hairless thing, the narrow hips. It makes sense. It fits.
Here we
You know
go.
what I'm saying?
Here we go. Now we're going to get a tweet tomorrow.
Yeah.
Damn. I think it works.
We're offending everybody. I like
Right.
That's some Damo shit.
All right. Shrugs is on. Shrugs from Chico. What's happening, Shrugs?
Uh-oh.
Hey, what's going on?
Well, how you doing, man?
I'm good. How are you?
Good, just screaming in the microphone.
No, that's my fault. That wasn't Shrugs' fault.
Nah, I blame him.
Shrugs, you drinking tonight?
I'm kind of pissing right now.
Okay.
Like, on purpose?
Caught you midstream, huh?
Great. As if a dog shitting on me all morning is enough. I gotta do this on my radio show. I gotta listen to people peeing.
Are you choosing to pee?
Mostly because I have to.
Mostly. But part of you
Mostly
wants to.
Well, my bladder said it's time, so...
Are you peeing outside?
And now my ankles are saying, "Fuck, what are you doing?"
How do you go to the bathroom?
He's peeing on his ankles.
Where are you peeing at?
My ankles are saying it's raining.
He's peeing on himself. Are you outside?
It's Chico's. Who cares, right?
I'm not outside. I'm actually in bed. My ankles are wondering what's happening.
I sleep standing up. I'm insane. I'm an insane person. I sleep standing up.
Where are you?
Chico doesn't. Hey, Chico doesn't care.
Chico doesn't care, but the man might. Chico and
Are you?
man.
Do you want to run for drunk of the week, Shrugs?
I don't want to run.
Sure.
Fuck that shit.
Yeah, why not?
That's work.
Are you by yourself?
I am. Yeah.
Oh, in Chico, and you're alone. Wow.
My roommate is. I don't know. He's in
Holding my penis.
in Oakland, actually.
He's probably having sex
He's in
with someone
Oakland.
while you're alone in a college town.
My roommate's busy with his girlfriend, so
No, he's in Oakland.
I'm listening to you guys.
And I'm pulling condom duty. Anytime he needs a fresh one, I have to run in there and put it on him.
Yeah.
I have to run a new wiener condoms for him.
Hey, Shrugs! I'm about ready again, buddy. Come on and bring it in here.
Time to take out the trash.
All right. Well, hey, did you wash your hands this time? Don't touch it too much.
She's in Chico, but she's a little. Yeah.
She's a little what?
Fucking black dude.
What?
What does that have to do with anything?
I don't know. I imagine that's what she's be doing.
Here he goes. Here he goes.
She's just a little. She's a little contaminated, you know.
A what? She's contaminated?
Yeah.
Are you saying that your roommate's girlfriend is a slut?
Exactly. Yeah.
I speak his language. This is amazing.
I thought you were talking about his girlfriend.
Does he know that she's... So what, is she's like sleeping with someone else right now while he's in Oakland?
Oh yeah. He knows.
I think it's Damo.
Creepy laugh. He just likes it that way.
Should I say what she's?
Yeah.
What she has?
Oh, I don't know. Is it going to make me throw up in my mouth?
Where else are you going to throw up? In your ankles?
I don't know. It's something bad.
She's pregnant, isn't she?
She has a baby. It's something bad.
Pregnant is that's nothing.
So is that why he's in Oakland? He's getting himself
He's running
clean?
away?
Yeah, what is that? I don't understand this story very well.
Tomorrow he's in Santa Simeon.
I don't know what's happening.
Chico, we're a college town.
Okay.
No.
And?
We came here for college.
Yeah.
And she came here for sex, apparently.
Great. Why are those two mutually exclusive?
Yeah, that's why half of us. That's why half of us went to college.
3 classes a day and sex all night.
Right.
And then apparently she got herpes.
Well, 1 in 4 is what they say.
Yeah, we all got. He's saying,
Yeah,
what are you, Mormon? He's like, this is the most important thing. No, it's pretty bad, guys.
Yeah. Deal with it.
She shaves down there. Oh,
you mean her vagina? No, her legs.
What a whore.
It's pretty bad. She
I
showed.
would assume she shaves. She showed everything at a party at my apartment.
What, her ankles, dude? Fucking you prude.
No, I mean, she showed her, vagina.
Oh, well, that's good. Was it good looking or was it all mangled?
I was too drunk. I didn't see it.
I think Shrugs I think Shrugs and Theo need to hook up. He's alone in a college town with a brewery who sells kegs for $90 fucking.
Right.
And who won't look at a vagina. I'm thinking Shrugs needs to be a pastor.
I won't look at it because I'm too drunk and who can see straight.
All right, Shrugs, my friend, you are in the running for Drunk of the Week. I have placed you there based on your performance tonight, and you will remain there until the voting.
Who can see straight? Yeah, I get it.
All right, Blobberglop's on the phone. Our last call tonight. He's got a announcement to make. Blob, what's happening?
How are you guys doing?
After that phone call, we're doing fabulous.
Better and better.
I'm just lying on my usual spot at the end of your show, which is the tile bathroom floor.
Naked, of course.
Yes, pretty much. Maybe JB can help me because I'm highly inebriated.
Oh, dear.
I can help you, Blobber. What do you need?
Okay. What did we call this thing?
I don't remember what it's called.
It was called the first annual Blobbergot.
Oh, wait, here it is. I got it right here. Hang on a second.
Give me help.
Okay. The acronym is BCWJITLWTFWASTHISF, otherwise known as the first annual Blobber Coming with JP in the Lands While the Families Watch and Shake Their Heads in Shame Festival. Blobbergolf is coming to Disneyland, everybody!
All right.
That's the announcement?
Yes.
Yeah.
Now,
November 2nd and 3rd. So if you want to come to Disneyland.
Busy.
And
why don't you just go to San Diego?
Nate, if you want to come to Disneyland
Nate's
with
busy.
Blobber.
No, I don't need
Tasty,
that.
if you
Tasty's busy.
No, I can't do it.
Scott, if you we don't want Scott there. Susie!
Is Blobber bringing his kids or just going as a creepy adult like
Yeah. It's Adult Fest with Blobber and JP at Disneyland.
He's bringing his family, but we're thinking about making it a giant BN party.
Why would you ruin Disneyland for yourself that way? It's your only place of refuge, and now you're going to bring all of the BN there?
Well, it's large enough.
I don't know why you're doing this to yourself, JP.
Because I really like Blobber, and I want to meet him, and no one's going to come anyway.
No one else is going
maybe we could selectively ignore everybody by running away.
Yeah, well, that was a good practice. Let me know when we're back from break. I'll do it for real.
Okay.
Just hang on a sec, Blob. Don't worry about it.
And we're back.
Oh, yeah. Hey, no, it'll be fun. It'll be a good time.
So, what are you doing? You're going down with the family and the kids, Bloob?
Yeah, it's all done. We're going to be there. So if you want to be there with your family and your kids and enjoy JP's and I's companies, we'll be there and we'll be rummaging around and doing shit.
Yeah, at night we'll go to the ESPN zone and get beer.
It's the only place you can get beer down there?
It's the only place you can get cheap beer, like in downtown Disney. Everything is really expensive, but ESPN zone's pretty cheap.
But you got to go the whole day without drinking beer also, right?
No, because
Like
they
during the
have
day.
actually several good craft beer spots in DCA, or as we in the know call it, but it's Disney California Adventure.
Oh.
They have like Racer 5 and Torpedo and Sierra Nevada and, well, I was going to say Carl Strauss, but Racer 5 and Red Rocket. So
Okay.
there's some good craft beer. Plus, there's a lot of wine and bullshit like that over there in DCA. But in Disneyland, no, you cannot drink.
Bobby, sure you don't just want to take the family vacation up in the Bay Area where there's, like, cool stuff?
No, Disneyland!
No. You mean like the people on the streets where you work and stuff?
That's the Martians.
The Martians, exactly.
No.
That's actually...
I want to
Martinez...
expose my children to America.
It's his own
Martinez is the happiest place on Earth. I don't know if you knew that.
I don't want to expose children to America. I want to expose them to Disneyland.
Good call. All right, what are the dates once again, please?
2nd and 3rd November.
2nd and 3rd of November. All right, Blob. People will see you there.
And we're working.
And show up.
And we're working on event T-shirts.
Ah,
yes.
Of course you are.
Yeah.
Okay. I still have my Blobberglop T-shirt from NHC Oakland.
Anything to make a buck.
Yeah. Okay, wonderful. Twitter game, let's get out of here.
Okay, Twitter game was, we've all had sex changes. Rank us from ugly to hot. Nico Brew at NicoBrew.com says, everybody else, then Doc. So we're all ugly, and then Doc would be the hottest. Free on Wheels says, hot to not. So Bevo would be hottest. Then Kate. Then McDowell. Then the rest of us. Then me. Like, meaning JP, me.
All right.
Mantro11 says, tasty stays tasty as a cougar. The rest of you butch dykes all fight for last place.
Okay.
Brad Brewing says, everyone loses to Crossley. He's the only one that looks fistable. I might hog on Moscow, however.
Do I want to be hogged on? Is that a good thing?
I don't know. If you had a sex change, you might be begging for it.
Plus, he just called you fat.
It's true.
Is that what that means?
Yeah, it means he's going hogging. You never heard of going hogging?
In this
yeah. Don't you feel? Do you feel somehow objectified?
I'm a fat ginger that weighs 168 and has brown hair.
Yeah, and it's good with money. Scott Shake it says, you guys are sick. That's the response
that's
to
true.
it. And our good friend Paul Brown rates us 8. Tasty has a hair on chin. I don't know what that means. 7 would be Scott, who would look like an old Jew mom. 6 would be Doc. 5 would be Nate, because he has scraggly hair.
Scraggly.
4 would be Susie, and he says chess player, and I don't know what it means. 3, Bevo, cute gay guy. So I guess Bevo would be a cute dude. 2 would be JP, because I'm tall, volleyball player. I guess he likes volleyball players.
He really thought this through.
Yeah, and J would be hot because you're confident.
All of this
Who
in
is all this from?
in 140?
This is from our buddy Paul Brown. Well, it's in shorthand, so really how it reads is 8 Tasty hair on chin, 7 Scott old Jew mom, 6 Doc, 5 Nate scraggly, 4 Susie chess player,
no spaces,
3 BV cute gay guy, 2 JP tall VB player, 1 J confident hot. So I'm just kind of assuming that this is the context that he wants. I don't know.
Listen, we got to give it to Paul Brown. He's the only one who did it.
I read insanity, so it's all right.
You understood all of that.
So Paul Brown's the winner?
I think so.
Paul Brown's the winner,
He gets something.
He does.
All right, don't forget to check out Beersmith. You can go to beersmith.com and get your free 21-day trial of the brewing software. It's the best stuff out there. It's on Beersmith 2.1 right now, so a lot of updates going on there. Plus, you can go to beersmithrecipes.com, which is the new Beersmith recipe sharing service. It's free to anyone to set up a basic account, and there are thousands of members there already sharing recipes. It lets anyone search and browse thousands of public beer recipes. Simple as typing in a few keywords like Irish Red, for example, and you'll find yourself a recipe. So also has advanced search options, so you can really narrow it down. And some clubs are even setting up a club account to post club recipes and let members follow their club recipes.
Great idea.
So beersmithrecipes.com and beersmith.com for your free 21-day trial of the best brewing software on the market. Go check it out right now.
I wish Irish Red was searchable on adamandeve.com.
Me too.
Thank you. Damo.
All right, let's vote Drunk of the Week. Abe from Colorado. You might know him as Angry Abe. A couple shots of something, a couple shots of something else, then some Racer 5, then a Stone Cal Belge IPA, and a Sierra Summer Camp beer. He's good and drunk. Then, of course, we had Ellis from Texas.
Who did stuff.
Did things and stuff.
Yeah.
Then we had Ken from Philly, who drank a bunch of stouts and porters from his own cellar. He was emptying his cellar. And then we had Shrugs, who was drunk enough to tell us all about his roommate's whore girlfriend, which I think is an indication of intoxication if I ever heard one. He was very concerned about the herps.
Yes.
And also a bit judgmental about how she showed everyone her vajudidu at the last party at their house.
Right.
So there you have it.
Well, it's just like when someone comes to your house, you give them the tour. Do you show them the garage? She says yes.
That's how he knows.
I'd rather see the headlights.
Touch of jealousy, maybe, in Shrug's voice?
Yes. Well, like I said, I honestly feel like he has some issues he needs to deal with.
Yeah.
He's in a drunk college town alone.
Right.
Hating on women.
So why don't we just cut to the chase? Raise your hand if Shrugs is our Drunk of the Week today.
I think so.
That's a solid 4 votes, which without unanimity makes Shrugs our winner.
Which would be the definition, yes.
Who are you going to vote for?
Ken. Any man who says sometimes you have to get drunk in the dark by yourself, that's a winner in my book, dude.
That was yours also, Moscow?
Yep.
Yeah.
I could be swayed to Ken. I did also. He was my runner-up, but I mean, Shrugs, we didn't even start asking. He just started volunteering information about his roommate's hoary girlfriend.
Tell somebody.
And her STDs. I mean, how drunk do you have to be to do that? He's in a college town spreading rumors on internet radio about his roommate's girlfriend.
Which in turn probably means that his roommate has it.
He probably gave it to her. Did you notice how he talked about it?
Oh, for sure.
Oh, she's got something. He's like, he didn't want to say it.
That's true. That's true. Oh, you know she's a whore? Oh, yeah, I do. I know she's a fucking whore.
All right, Shrugs, congratulations. You're our Drunk of the Week this week. And This might be the first week in the new studios that anybody's actually earned Drunk of the Week.
Oh, that's a good call out.
We've been giving them away willy-nilly. Plus, people haven't really been calling in for Drunk of the Week.
Yeah, I was just waiting for somebody like Pies to call up now and be like, well, fucking all phones haven't been working.
Right. Okay.
No, it's late. It's 2,200 hours, dude.
Okay. We're off for the next couple weeks. It's our annual Burning Man break. So we'll be off for the next couple of weekends. Go enjoy yourself. Get outside, I recommend. Get on a bicycle. Do something. Right, Tasty?
Yeah. Send us some emails about the dick jokes.
Yeah, exactly. Go enjoy yourselves out there in the world. And we'll see you when we're back on September 9th.
Thank you to our show sponsor, More Beer. You can get absolutely everything you need to make great beer at home by going to morebeer.com. If you're all over that Twitter thing, check out Major Jip for insight into an eroding psyche. Also, Scott the Jew has some art for sale. Follow him at Moscow Paints for slim to no info on the subject. For some good beer insight and homebrew info, follow Nate at Nathan Homebrew. And you can be sure and you can be hip and with it and all that kind of groovy thing by getting all the latest info on Nate's band, Brain Oil, by going to brainoil.com. The Trophy Fire's new album entitled Modern Hearts is available now at graydayrecords.com. Pick that up and support our friend and yours, Mr. Adam Schumann. Check out the Brewing Network store for all the latest BN merch, including our brand new IPA ingredient kit for sale. And be sure to find us on Facebook and Twitter.
JP's an asshole. Justin's a nice guy and winning the race. JP does great as his chair.